Muy buenos días, distinguidos delegados y delegadas.
Good morning, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 137th session of Council, and I would now like to extend a very warm welcome to all members of Council, to observer members, and to representatives of observer organisations. According as per Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council, Circular Council 1/Circ 1 Rev 1, plenary meetings of the Council shall be held in public unless Council decides otherwise, and public sessions of the Council will be live streamed. Live streaming in all 6 official languages is available on the IMO streaming platform, which can be found on IMO Docs landing page and on IMO YouTube channel. All Council members who have registered on the online meeting registration system, that's the OMRS, will be deemed to be present within the meaning of Rule 40.1 of the Council's Rules of Procedure. I'd like to inform Council that working hours for plenary are as follows. The morning session 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. with a coffee break from 11 to 11:30 a.m. Afternoon 2:30 to 5:30 with a tea break from 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. And as you know, cafeteria facilities are available on the 4th floor. In accordance with terms and conditions of media attendance at meetings of the IMO Assembly, Council committees and their subsidiary bodies adopted by the Council, media may attend plenary meetings of the Council unless the Council decides otherwise. In document C137J3, you will find the list of these media representatives. If there's no objection, I take it that Council grants this request. It's so decided. And I'd now like to pass the floor to the SG for his introductory remarks.
Gracias, señor presidente, y muy buen.
Thank you very much. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to the members of the Council, observer member states, and the representatives of observer organisations. Welcome all to the 137th session of the Council. Permit me first to extend my sincere condolences to the families of those who lost their lives, as well as to all of those affected by the devastating earthquake that struck Venezuela on the 24th of June 2026. This tragedy has caused such a high number of fatalities and injuries and affected countless lives. Our thoughts are with the victims, their loved ones, and everyone affected during this difficult time. Before turning to the Council's agenda, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the human cost to the maritime sector due to the ongoing tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. Seafarers have tragically lost their lives in connection with this conflict, and the impact has been felt well beyond the region, with real consequences for global trade, energy, and food security. I am encouraged that the situation now shows signs of improvement, and I hope that we will soon see affected crew members be brought to safety and for shipping trade in the area to be restored. I'll provide more information on this very important matter under Agenda Item 16. I'd also like to flag a wider area of concern, the growing threat of piracy and armed robbery against ships off the coast of Somalia and Yemen and in the Gulf of Aden. In the past 3 months, we've seen 24 incidents of piracy and attempted piracy in that region. I also reiterate my deep concern for the crew members currently being held captive by pirates and armed robbers aboard the vessels Honor 25, Eureka, and Sword. Their situation remains dire, and I ask for your support in securing their safe release. These incidents are a stark reminder that the threat posed by piracy and armed robbery to seafarers has not receded and continues to warrant vigilance and support for coordinated action. Yesterday, I was informed that a Palau-flagged vessel laden Naima, a bulk carrier, was attacked in the Red Sea by pirates. And at the moment, it is navigating towards its next destination, and the crew is safe. But it's just a reminder for flag states and vessel operators to remain alert and use the best possible management strategies to combat these incidents. The Secretariat is committed to continuing to work with all of the relevant parties, and I trust I can account on your support to remind ship owners and operators to take the necessary actions. This week, I'll be providing you about recent developments and achievements, but a number of items will call for your decision. With regard to our ongoing work on the rules and procedures of the organisation, you will also be asked to consider proposed amendments to enhance their clarity arising from a review of practices in the United Nations. On strategy and planning, you will be requested to consider approval of the updated risk management policy, together with a new strategic fraud risk management annex, providing clearer guidance across the full risk cycle, whilst reinforcing our zero-tolerance approach to fraud and corruption. On human resources matters, you will be updated on the outcome of the Decennial International Civil Service Commission's local salaries survey for the London duty station and the arrangements to manage the financial impact on the organisation. I'm also pleased to share some welcome news on the status of our conventions. Both the 2012 Cape Town Agreement and the 2010 HNS Protocol have now met the requirements for entry into force. You'll also be updated on the enhancement of GSIS. Phase 2 is progressing well thanks to the continued support of the Republic of Korea through the Voyage Together Trust Fund, though further voluntary contributions will be needed to fund the remaining work on the user interface. Finally, you will consider a proposal on a Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes, reaffirming the organisation's commitment to upholding and respecting navigational rights and freedoms for commercial ships transiting straits used for international navigation. With your chair, Mr. Victor Jimenez Fernandez of Spain, and your vice chair, Mrs. Amane Fatala of Morocco guiding your work, I'm confident that the Council will progress on the matters on its agenda. Please be assured that the Secretariat stands ready to support you throughout the week, and I wish you a productive and successful session. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Before opening the floor for any general comments you may have, I would like first to invite the Director of the Administrative Division to make some announcements with respect to the conduct of the meeting. And then I would invite, after the statement of the Director, general statements, and would kindly request that statements related to the situation in the Strait of Hormuz be made under item 16 of our agenda. Mrs. Brempe, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. With regard to guidance on hybrid capabilities, kindly refer to letter number 4627, Guidance on the Use of IMO Hybrid Capabilities. At the request of the IMO Council, the Secretariat has implemented changes to the hybrid meeting system to generate a single request-to-speak list during plenary meetings. The list combines requests for the floor from both in-person and remote active participants. Related guidance, including the tutorial video, is available on the IMO Docs Hot Topic page under Single Request to Speak List Information for Delegates. All delegates are urged to send any statements or remarks as far in advance as possible to statements@imo.org. In the email subject, please specify the meeting, delegation, and agenda item. This will assist the interpreters in their work. Housekeeping matters and additional information for participation in IMO meetings have been shown on the screen and can also be found on IMO Docs. A list of events and presentations of interest to delegates scheduled to take place during the session at the IMO headquarters is provided in J2. And finally, a reminder that all participants in this session are subject to the Code of Conduct for delegates, observers, and other participants at IMO meetings, events, and activities to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, and invited to familiarize themselves with the Code of Conduct, which can be found in circular letter number 4908. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señora Prempe. Como les decía,
Thank you very much. And I now open the floor for general statements. I see the delegation of Palau is asking for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to all connected online. I would like to thank the Secretary General for mentioning the incident of the Palau flag, Motor Vessel Lady Naiheima. And I would like to confirm the incident took place yesterday, sailing southwestern Odeida. And the little boat did not attempt to board the vessel. Nevertheless, they fired some shots, did not hit the vessel. And then the ship went away, did stop and continue at max speed. Vessel and crew are safe. That was my information, and it's my pleasure to communicate it to all the council or to the Secretary General. Thank you very much.
muchas gracias a Palau.
Thank you very much, Delegation of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council of the International Maritime Organization on behalf of the government of Ukraine. On the 22nd of June, the merchant vessel Victoras, flying the flag Panama, was transiting the Ukrainian maritime corridors. The vessel was carrying civilian cargo, steel products from Turkey, and it had no military or dual-use purpose whatsoever. The vessel was struck by a drone, causing it unable to sail. One crew member, a citizen of Egypt, was killed. 8 other seafarers were forced to abandon the ship. The attack was carried out by Russia. Another example also about Russia. Next day, 23rd of June, the vessel Helga, flying the flag of Liberia, was on the route to Ukrainian port to load corn, and it is also became the drone strike, which caused a fire on the board. This was a civilian vessel on civilian voyage carrying civilian cargo. And this attack was also out by Russia. A bit earlier, on the 6th of June, Russia launched a massive attack against merchant vessel flying the flags of Panama, the Commerce, and Guinea-Bissau. To assist the crews, vessels of the Ukrainian Maritime Search and Rescue Services were sent to the area to help. The rescue vessels were themselves attacked by drones. 2 seafarers were injured, and 2 others, a rescue and engine room mechanic, were killed. In every one of these cases, the answer to the question who is the same, the Russian Federation. Despite Ukraine's official notification to IMO, despite the presence of neutral flags and third country nationals on board, systematic attacks against merchant vessels, port infrastructure, and search and rescue efforts continue. They are not isolated incidents. They represent a consistent practice. This year alone, 5 attacks in January, 5 in March, 24 in April, 14 in May, and 25 in June. Since the beginning of full-scale invasion in 2022, 967 port infrastructure facilities have been damaged or destroyed. 207 merchant vessels have been hit, and 264 civilians have been killed or injured. In this case, it becomes clear that calling things by their proper names is not just a statement. It is about the safety. These are not accidents in Black Sea or incidents along maritime routes. These are acts of and aggression federation. It is often said that lie does not become the truth simply because it is repeated. Unfortunately, representatives of Russia believe otherwise, and for years they have used this forum to spread false information and falsely accuse Ukraine of attacking merchant ships. No repetition of such claims can change the obvious search and rescue ships and seafarers. Ukraine, for its part, is defending itself, and it has legitimate right defending the safety of its freedom of navigation and civilian shipping. This is particular cynicism in the fact that a state which created and operates the so-called the shadow fleet is lecturing the world on maritime safety. Let me recall that it was the International Maritime Organization itself that recognized activities of the shadow fleet as a serious threat to the safety of navigation, human life at sea, and the environment. The Ukrainian delegation, together with our partners, including the United Kingdom of Panama, has repeatedly raised the issue of Russia's shadow fleet within the IMO. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the professional maritime community that have already chosen international security, the rule of law, and the human life over short-term commercial gain. First, the weakness of the Russian economy, therefore its war machine. Second, and no less importantly, it contributes to safer navigation for all and helps prevent serious environmental incidents. We must stop treating the shadow fleet as untouchable. Most of these tankers pass through our own waters, where states can already inspect, detain and arrest vessels that lack valid insurance of genuine flag. Let us make those checks systematic, but ban and insurance and the financial service that keep this fleet out and sanction the entire network behind it, from owners and managers to traders and flag registers. A shadow fleet cannot sail. Injury of this gas itself cannot find aggression. Distinguished delegates, Ukraine is not asking for special treatment. We ask only one thing, that the norms of international maritime law be applied in good faith and equally to all. Freedom of navigation and maritime safety can be selective. Every unpunished attack on a merchant vessel, every strike against port infrastructure, and every attack on search and rescue services undermines the international legal order and creates a dangerous precedent for the entire. Let me thank for all members of standing together to keep Russia of the IMO Council. I hope in the 2026 we will make the same principled decision again, but our work cannot stop. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la...
Thank you, Delegation of Ukraine. Cuba, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Secretary-General, distinguished delegates. Delegation of the Republic of Cuba is delighted to be able to speak at this Council under the shared premise that the safety of human life at sea and the protection of the marine environment are global imperatives which require a joint effort of all member states. We are a nation with a maritime vocation, and we reaffirm our commitment to the instruments of this organisation, of which we have been an active member since May 1966, exercising with full responsibility our obligations as a coastal state, a flag state, and a port control state. That notwithstanding, we now have to inform this Council of severe technical and operational limitations impacting our country as a direct consequence of the intensification of the economic, trade and financial blockade imposed by the government of the United States, and more specifically, its extremely impacting energetic dimension. It's a purely technical statement, Chair. We are raising an alert at the technical level with regard to the underlying risks for regional safety. Unilateral coercive measures applied on those seeking to provide legitimate energy to Cuba directly impact the navigation architecture advocated by the IMO, an architecture for navigation which is safe. The failure to provide fuel as a result of this impact is jeopardizing the full compliance with SOLAS 1974. It's impacting the uninterrupted logistical operation of aids to navigation, impacting the regular operation of our network of lighthouses. It is a material danger impacting Cuban flag vessels and hundreds of vessels from third states which pass through our waters every day. And secondly, with regard to the SAR Convention, 1979. Cuba recognizes its responsibility to coordinating search and rescue services in one of the densest maritime traffic regions in the Caribbean. The scarcity of fuel arising from the blockade reduces the capacity of our air and sea resources to provide essential services to safeguard lives at sea. Further, MARPOL and OPRC 90 are also being undermined. The lack of resources makes it very difficult to regularly carry out the practical exercises, preventive patrols, and the technical maintenance of mechanical equipment in the context of oil spills. And that particularly puts the Caribbean Basin and the Old Bahama Channel, which is a particularly sensitive sea area recognized by the IMO, in a situation of extreme environmental vulnerability. It is also of particular importance to emphasize that these energy constraints effectively render null and void technical bilateral agreements on hydrography, meteorology, search and rescue, and countering oil spills. Agreements signed between Cuba and the specialized agencies of the United States themselves in good faith in 2016 and 17. Cuba is being denied energy resources for the implementation of these agreements, and as a result, the mechanisms available to respond in our shared geographical areas are being neutralized. So to conclude, Chair, and for the reasons highlighted, we would respectively invite this Honourable Council and the delegations here present to take note of the very serious operational impact caused by external factors to the Cuban maritime sector. We would particularly emphasize that it's not possible to effectively protect the marine environment nor protect lives at sea if the technical and energy resources which are essential for this work are being restricted. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Cuba.
Thank you very much, Cuba. And I now give the floor to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, sir. Delegates, allow me to begin by informing you that our country is in mourning after the tragic double earthquake, magnitude 7.1 and 7.5, which occurred on the 24th of June in the center-west region of Venezuela, and which had a huge impact on the coastal city of La Guaira, the location of Venezuela's main port and airport, and also our capital, Caracas, where 190 buildings collapsed, most of them residential, and another 750 were severely damaged. This devastating earthquake has tragically caused the death, thus far confirmed, of 3,342 people, as well as 16,000 injured and more than 17,000 affected. This has left all Venezuelans grief-stricken, with the greatest sense of solidarity and cooperation among our people as we face this terrible disaster. Amidst this awful situation, we'd like to emphasize that from the outset, the Venezuelan authorities and institutions have been working as hard as they can to rescue survivors from the rubble. However, given the magnitude of the event and the damage to a very densely populated part of the country, the international aid which we've received from 31 countries which sent rescue teams to those areas affected, and a total of 134 countries who have shown expressions of solidarity or given contributions of aid and care directly to the victims has been extremely important. And we must, therefore, on behalf of our people and the government, thank from the bottom of our hearts all those IMO nations for the numerous expressions of support and solidarity we've received since the 24th of June, and our Secretary General, who very promptly sent a most sincere message of solidarity and condolences from the IMO to the Venezuelan people. These expressions of solidarity and the global response to our people have made us feel quite sure that Venezuela is not alone and that we will get back on our feet and we will continue to support victims and work towards reconstruction. Furthermore, sir, I'd like to also make a reference to our commitment in this organisation to the instruments of the organisation in order to ensure safe navigation and protection of the marine environment. We acknowledge that effective compliance with international agreements, conventions such as SOLAS and MARPOL have great technical and logistical requirements. That means we must have the operational capacity and physical and energy inputs, and they must be constant. And therefore, it's essential that the Council should, in a spirit of cooperation, make provision for operational realities facing countries due to external factors or resource limitations. Therefore, we urge the IMO to continue to strengthen technical assistance and support for coastal states in development, and only by guaranteeing the sustainability of critical infrastructure can we effectively safeguard the safety of human life at sea. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
Thank you very much to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. On behalf of Council, I would like to extend our condolences to the tragedy in La Guaira and Caracas, and also to express our solidarity and our support to the Venezuelan people. The Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to all present. And particularly good morning to the Secretary General. First of all, we'd like to echo the words that you have just said and express once again our deep sympathies and sincere solidarity with the delegation of Venezuela in light of the tragical incidents which have taken place on the 24th of June. I'm referring to the destructive earthquake. Our thoughts are with the people of Venezuela. Further, Chair, and with regard to what was said by the delegation of Ukraine, we'd like to draw attention of Member States and the Secretary General to circular letter number 5232 of the 26th of June this year, by which the letter of the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Alexei Kuleba, was circulated. We are deeply concerned by this letter, which has been circulated as an official IMO document. In it, the Kiev regime, in effect, calls for a revision of the fundamental principles of international law and for civilian vessels to be declared lawful military targets. Neither the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea for 82, nor any other rule of international law grants any state the right to unilaterally reclassify civilian vessels as military targets on the basis of political preferences. Such attempts to legitimize terrorist acts against the merchant fleet pose a direct threat to the freedom of navigation and the safety of all seafarers, regardless of their nationality. Ukraine cynically and consistently tries to present itself as a victim, yet the actual facts point to the opposite. It is Ukrainian unmanned aerial vehicles that systematically attack civilian vessels, creating a direct threat to the lives of seafarers. It is Ukrainian sea drones that strike tankers carrying dangerous cargoes, risking environmental disasters. If we allow the rules upon which global maritime trade rests to be destroyed, the consequences will be catastrophic for all states without exception. We call upon the Secretary-General and the IMO Council to give an immediate principled assessment of such statements and of Ukraine's attempts to legitimize attacks on civilian vessels. Further, Chair, in the second part of my statement relating to what was said a moment ago by the distinguished delegate of Cuba, we share the concern of Cuba with regard to the situation impacting maritime safety in the region. And we've closely paid attention to the statement of the Cuban delegation. We recognize the serious technical and operative limitations which Cuba is facing in trying to carry out its responsibilities on the key IMO conventions, including SOLAS, SAR, MARPOL, and OPRC. These limitations have been brought about by external factors directly impacting the support of the navigational infrastructure and the preparedness of search and rescue resources, and also response to oil spills, which creates a risk for the safety of navigation and the protection of the marine environment through the entire Caribbean basin. The support of the preparedness of navigational infrastructure and the readiness of search and rescue and the response to oil spills is a collective responsibility which the entire safety of navigation for all states depends upon. We think it is of fundamental importance to preserve a depoliticized, technical focus in discussing these challenges and strengthen international technical cooperation, including through eliminating any external obstacles hampering member states' full implementation of their international responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la Federación de Rusia.
Thank you very much to the Russian Federation. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to extend its deepest condolences to all those affected by the devastating earthquakes in Venezuela. We mourn the lives lost and stand with the Venezuelan people during this difficult time. The United States has mobilized humanitarian assistance to support ongoing rescue, relief, and recovery efforts. Working closely with Venezuelan authorities and international partners, U.S. disaster response teams are providing life-saving assistance, emergency medical support, logistical capabilities, and humanitarian supplies to communities in need. We commend the courage and dedication of first responders, humanitarian workers, and volunteers who continue to save lives under extraordinarily challenging conditions. The United States remains committed to supporting the Venezuelan people as recovery efforts continue and humanitarian needs evolve. I would also like to take this opportunity to respond to the Cuban delegates' remarks regarding so-called unilateral coercive measures. Economic sanctions can be a lawful, legitimate, important, appropriate, and effective tool for responding to malign activity and addressing serious threats to peace and security. The United States is not alone in that view or in that practice. U.S. sanctions target behaviors that threaten our national security, global stability, and undermine human dignity. U.S. sanctions programs are focused on constraining the ability of bad actors to take advantage of our financial system or threaten the United States, our allies and partners, or citizens, not on preventing bona fide humanitarian-related trade, assistance, or activities. The U.S. message to Cuban regime leaders is simple. They must make political and economic reforms. The regime will continue to resist change and prolong the suffering of the Cuban people as long as it believes it has the support of the international community. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you. United States, Cyprus, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor, and good morning to you all. Allow me first to express our deepest condolences to Venezuela for the consequences of the earthquake, and we express solidarity to the people of Venezuela. On behalf of the Member States of the European Union and the European Commission, we would like to reaffirm our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We remain deeply concerned by the continued impact of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine on international shipping, seafarers, maritime infrastructure, freedom of navigation, and the safety and security of maritime transport in the Black Sea. The consequences of this war continue to pose significant risk to maritime safety and security, disrupt international supply chains and trade flows, and threaten the safe movement of vessels and crews. These developments underline the importance of upholding international law, including the principles of the United Nations Charter, and maintaining a rules-based international order. We commend the resilience and efforts of Ukraine in maintaining maritime operations under exceptionally challenging circumstances and in supporting the continued movement of vital exports through Black Sea shipping routes. The European Union and its member states will continue to support Ukraine and will remain engaged in efforts aimed at safeguarding maritime safety and security and ensuring the protection of seafarers and maritime transport. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Chipre.
Thank you, Cyprus. Finland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all colleagues here and online, as well as the Secretariat and the interpreters. Finland also extends its deepest condolences to the government and people of Venezuela on account of the recent devastating earthquakes. Finland would like to thank His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for his clear general statement and join Cyprus in expressing our unwavering support to Ukraine. We would like to note that the continued attacks against merchant ships and ports in Ukraine, described by the Deputy Prime Minister as part of the Russian Federation's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine, are violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a UN member state, extending to its territorial waters and inconsistent both with the principles and the purposes of these organizations as set forth in Article 1 of the IMO Convention. So this was already stated in Resolution 1183 by the 33rd Assembly in 2023, and the Russian Federation's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is on its 5th year already. This must stop. In addition to grave effects on maritime safety and security in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, Russia's war of aggression has major global effects. It affects food security, energy prices, economic stability, and sets back progress towards development goals far beyond Europe. The global economic consequences of the war, especially the effect on food and energy sectors, are harmful for all. The prices of fertilizer, gas, fuel, and grain have all increased. as have the prices of insurances to shipments of these vital goods from Ukraine to the developing world. Russia has systematically destroyed agricultural and transport infrastructure in Ukraine, prevented the export of grain, and therefore used food as a weapon. Finland strongly condemns this and the effect it has on the food security of people in the most vulnerable position. Chair, this delegation also shares Ukraine's concern of the continued use by the Russian Federation of ships that are engaged in illegal operations for the purposes of circumventing sanctions, evading compliance with safety or environmental regulations, avoiding insurance costs, or engaging in other illegal activities. In accordance with Resolution 1192 by the 33rd IMO Assembly, Finland encourages all port states to ensure the enforcement of the safety and liability conventions on these ships. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, to Secretary General, to all distinguished delegates. We wish that we may all have a very successful session this week. Brazil once more expresses its deepest condolences to all affected and full solidarity to the government of Venezuela on the devastating impact of the recent earthquake. Brazil, which is already maintaining search teams in the Brazilian Navy Field Hospital in place in Venezuela, remains committed to provide any further support as required. This delegation would also like to thank the distinguished delegation of Cuba for bringing to attention these critical operational and technical challenges. We share the concerns presented in this Council regarding the impacts of unilateral actions and sanctions on maritime safety and security, on protection of the marine environment, and on the safeguarding of human life at sea. Such actions may undermine member states' abilities to carry out their obligations under maritime law and the law of the sea. Brazil considers that unilateral measures or sanctions do not contribute to the solution of differences among states and understands that it is vital that all contracting governments are allowed the proper operational conditions to fully discharge their responsibilities under SOLAS, MARPOL, and search and rescue conventions. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Brasil.
Thank you. Brazil, the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. To begin with, I would like to join others in expressing our condolences to Venezuela for the recent devastating earthquakes. I would like to thank His Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine, for the important update he gave on recent incidents in the Black Sea and Sea of Azov. The United Kingdom continues to condemn Russia's ongoing, illegal, and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. These latest incidents, targeting vessels operating within the maritime corridor in the Black Sea, highlight Russia's widespread and intensifying attacks against ports and civilian vessels. The United Kingdom commends Ukraine's determination to maintain maritime safety and security, even in the face of these relentless attacks. These Russian attacks are threatening global food supply chains, driving up prices, and disproportionately impacting the most vulnerable. They also undermine the principle of freedom of navigation, a cornerstone of international law and essential to global trade. We once again call on Russia to cease its attacks on vessels and port infrastructure in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov immediately. I ask that this statement be reflected in the report and of Council and annexed thereto. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias al...
Thank you, United Kingdom. Can I remind you that Council provides a summary of its decisions and therefore we do not append statements in the annex. I would now like to turn to the delegation of China.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, good morning. First of all, this delegation wishes to extend deep condolences to the victims of the devastating earthquake in Venezuela, extends sincere sympathies to the victims' family and the injured, and hopes they can soon overcome the disaster and rebuild their homes. With regard to the situation pointed out by the delegation of Cuba in statement that the blockade has caused energy shortages in the member state and seriously impeded its performance obligations under the conventions of this organization, this delegation wishes to voice its profound sympathy and grave concern. The Chinese delegation has noted the United Nations General Assembly has adopted resolutions year after year by an overwhelming majority, urging the United States to put an end to its economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba. These resolutions have repeatedly affirmed fundamental principles such as international trade and freedom of navigation. Severe fuel shortages resulting from illegal unilateral blockades and sanctions directly undermine the capacity of member states of this organization to fulfill their governmental obligations as flag states and littoral states, including safeguarding navigation safety, conducting search and rescue, and protecting marine and ecological environment. This contravenes the purpose stipulated in Article 1 of the organization's conventions, which require member states to eliminate discriminatory measures and unnecessary restrictions affecting international shipping. For this reason, this delegation supports the Council to take note of the serious operational disruptions caused by unilateral blockades as briefed by the delegation of Cuba, as well as the severe negative impacts on member states' effective performance of their convention obligation. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a China.
Thank you, China. The delegation of Bahamas.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Chair, first we wish to join the Secretary General and the Chair in expressing the Bahamas' sympathies to the government and the people of Venezuela over the deadly and destructive twin earthquakes that struck the country on 24th June, causing significant loss of life and extensive damage to housing and infrastructure. We pray for the souls of the departed and for the recovery of the injured. Chair, the Bahamas thanks the distinguished delegation of the Republic of Cuba for its statement and for bringing these matters to the attention of the Council. As a small island developing state, the Bahamas is acutely aware of the significant challenges and limited resources, geographic vulnerabilities, and capacity constraints can pose to the implementation of international maritime obligations. The Bahamas notes the concerns raised regarding operational difficulties that may affect the implementation of obligations under IMO instruments, including SOLAS, SAR, MARPOL, and related frameworks. As a state with long-standing ties throughout the Caribbean region and the wider global community, the Bahamas is mindful that maritime safety, environmental protection, and search and rescue effectiveness are strengthened through sustained cooperation, communication, and operational readiness among all maritime administrations. We affirm our support for international cooperation and solutions that strengthen the effectiveness of multilateral institutions and contribute to the safe, secure, and sustainable use of the oceans. To this end, the Bahamas will continue to collaborate with all member states as we strive to progress the shared objectives of this organization. Thank you.
Gracias a Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. The delegation of Haiti. Thank you, Sir Secretary General. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Haiti would like to express its solidarity with the people of Venezuela. We recall the support and solidarity Venezuela provided to us after the devastating earthquake in 2010 in Haiti. At this difficult time, we stand by the Venezuelan people. Allow me also to thank the delegation of Cuba for its statement, which requires joint consideration and the support of member states in the spirit of international technical cooperation. The delegation of Haiti would like to restate that international technical cooperation is essential in order to enable member states to comply fully with their obligations under the instruments of the organization: safety of navigation, safety of human life at sea, and protection of the marine environment remain shared responsibilities which require sustained cooperation among member states. Haiti remains fully committed to IMO's terms of reference and the principles of cooperation and technical assistance which guide its actions. Thank you.
Gracias a Haití.
Thank you, Haiti, the delegation of Mexico. Thank you, sir, and a very good day to everyone. My delegation would like to join with others in expressing solidarity, as you yourself and the Secretary General and other delegations have done, with regard to the devastation caused and suffered by the Venezuelan people caused by the earthquake of the 24th of June. The Mexican government and people have shown our solidarity with our Venezuelan friends and have provided humanitarian assistance as well as basic assistance for the population. We hope that Venezuela will recover shortly from this disaster. Furthermore, sir, we've taken note of the statement made by the distinguished delegation of Cuba with regard to operational difficulties encountered because of the application of unilateral economic sanctions which prevent them from duly complying with obligations arising from the core treaties of the organization, and we invite Council to take note of the situation as the delegation of Cuba has requested. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Delegation of Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada stands with the people of Venezuela following the catastrophic earthquakes that have caused immense loss of life and widespread damage. With respect to the general statement made by the esteemed delegation of Ukraine, Canada thanks the Ukraine for this information and for providing an important update on what has been taking place in the region. We reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine. The world is by now well familiar with the determination, ingenuity, and innovation with which the people of Ukraine defend their country and their future. Their courage and resilience strengthen our resolve to see an end to Russia's war and to defend Ukrainians' fundamental right to exist in peace. Chair, it has been more than 4 years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Since that time, our Council has addressed this issue many times. Yet the world has continued to witness these violations against the territorial integrity of Ukraine, with direct impacts on the safety and security of shipping and the protection of the marine environment in and around the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. We call upon the Russian Federation to cease actions that directly threaten the people of Ukraine and the international maritime system. Furthermore, Canada recalls UN's Security Council Resolution 2774 and reiterates our commitment to a just and lasting peace that would uphold Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We call on the Russian Federation to agree to a ceasefire and engage in a good faith peace negotiations with Ukraine. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Canada. Australia?
Thank you, Chair. Australia is also deeply saddened by the devastating earthquakes near Caracas, Venezuela, and extend our sincere condolences to all of those affected. Australia aligns itself with the statements made by Ukraine and supported by many others, member states this morning. Australia also thanks the Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine for his earlier statement to Council. Australia is steadfast in its support for Ukraine as it defends itself from Russia's unprovoked and unjustified full-scale invasion. In addition to causing terrible damage and loss of life in Ukraine, Russia's invasion continues to compound human suffering and have significant implications for maritime safety, security, and the stability of global shipping. Since Russia began its full-scale invasion, it has continued to attack merchant vessels, port infrastructure, and coastal facilities, as well as severely disrupting navigation in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. Russia's actions are propelling disruptions to food and energy security, with disproportionate impacts on vulnerable countries. We underscore the need to ensure safe navigation and unimpeded access to critical maritime routes. We commend Ukraine for its sustained efforts to maintain maritime navigation and global shipping, even in the face of Russian aggression. We further acknowledge the professionalism and the resilience of Ukrainian seafarers operating under exceptionally challenging conditions. Australia supports all efforts to achieve a peace deal for Ukraine and that ends Russia's invasion and safeguards security and stability in Europe. We reaffirm our steadfast support for Ukraine. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Australia.
Thank you, Australia. Japan?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. First of all, we would like to express our deepest condolences to the government of Venezuela and those who are affected by the devastating earthquakes. Japan has dispatched disaster relief medical team, and we will continue to stand by the people of Venezuela and stand ready to study further necessary assistance, bearing in mind the human security needs. Also, Japan appreciates and duly notes the statement which was just delivered by Ukraine and shares grave concern on the ongoing threat toward the ships and seafarers in the region, including continuous attacks on merchant vessels. In this regard, Japan aligns itself with previous speakers and recalled the Assembly Resolution A118333, which demands Russian Federation to immediately cease its military action and withdraw its military forces from the entire internationally recognized territory of Ukraine. Thank you.
Gracias, Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Namibia?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. First and foremost, Namibia joins the Secretary General, you, Chair, and other delegations in conveying its sincere sympathies to the delegation of Venezuela for the loss of life and destruction caused by the recent devastating earthquake. Turning to the matter at hand, Namibia thanks Cuba for its statement, and we take note of the technical and operational concerns raised regarding maritime safety, search and rescue, aids to navigation, and pollution preparedness and response. Namibia believes that the ability of member states to implement IMO instruments should not be weakened by constraints that limit access to essential technical, logistical, and energy resources. This is particularly important for developing countries and coastal states with responsibilities for busy maritime areas such as Cuba. We therefore support Cuba's call for the Council to take note of these concerns. We also encourage continued dialogue and cooperation among all concerned parties in the spirit of IMO's technical mandate, so that the protection of life at sea, safe navigation, and protection of the marine environment remain shared priorities. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Namibia. Norway?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Let me start by echoing others and express our deepest condolences to Venezuela and say that our thoughts are with the people of Venezuela after the devastating earthquake. We thank Ukraine for the update given, and Norway will continue to stand by Ukraine and its people. Our continued support for Ukraine is about ensuring a free and democratic Ukraine. It is about respect for international law and re-establishing the basis for a peaceful coexistence shaping our common future. This delegation would like to align itself with the statement made by Cyprus on behalf of the EU member states and the European Commission and others expressing their support for Ukraine. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Norway. Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands expresses our deepest condolences to the people of Venezuela. This delegation would like to align with the intervention made by the distinguished delegate of Cyprus, Finland, Norway and others. We remain deeply concerned about the continuing impact of the Russian Federation's armed aggression against Ukraine on maritime safety and security. The full-scale invasion by Russia continues to endanger seafarers, disrupts international shipping, threatens critical maritime infrastructure and increases risks to the marine environment. The Netherlands reaffirms the importance of upholding international law, including the freedom of navigation and the rules-based international maritime order. We call on all states to support efforts to enhance the safety and security of international shipping and safeguard the resilience of global maritime supply chains. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los países.
Thank you, Netherlands. Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, following the devastating earthquakes, we wish to express our deepest sympathy to the people of Venezuela. Our thoughts are with them. Secondly, Ireland supports the statements made by Cyprus, Finland, Norway and the Netherlands and wishes to stress the importance of, above all, the continued prioritisation of the protection of seafarers. Thank you.
Gracias a Irlanda.
Thank you, Ireland. Poland.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, my delegation would like to express its deepest condolences to the people and the government of Venezuela following the tragic consequences of the recent earthquake. We wish all those affected strength and a swift recovery. Poland aligns itself with the statements delivered by Ukraine, the United States, Finland, Cyprus, the United Kingdom, Japan, Ireland and many other delegations. We firmly believe that the freedom of navigation and the safety and security of seafarers are fundamental principles that must be upheld. We also thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for bringing the issue of the shadow fleet before this Council. Poland remains particularly concerned about vessels operating under fraudulent registrations or without valid flags as part of the shadow fleet. Such vessels pose particularly serious risk because in the event of the maritime casualty or pollution incident, no flag state may accuse responsibility or liability for addressing its consequences. The shadow fleet continues to pose significant risk to maritime safety and security, the maritime environment and the integrity of the international maritime legal framework. It also undermines the principles of the law of the sea, including the fundamental responsibility of flag states for ships flying their flag. We are equally concerned about the safety and welfare of the crews serving on board these vessels. Poland believes that the IMO is the appropriate forum to address these challenges through the effective implementation and enforcement of its regulatory framework. We therefore welcome the recent IMO measures, including the guidelines on the registration of ships and the amendments to reporting requirements concerning ships' insurance. Together with all parties and all partners, Poland remains committed to strengthening compliance with IMO instruments and safeguarding maritime safety, maritime security, the maritime environment and the rules-based international maritime legal order. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Polonia.
Thank you, Poland. Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Sweden would like to express its condolences to Venezuela and its people for the disastrous earthquake and catastrophic effect it has had on the nation and for the tragic loss of life. Sweden thanks the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ukraine for addressing the Council and giving an update on the situation in the area. Sweden aligns itself with the statement made by Cyprus and others on this matter. Sweden continues to condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked and unjustified act of aggression against Ukraine, which grossly violates international law and the UN Charter and undermines international security and stability, and we express our full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Sweden stands firmly behind the organization's decisions and actions regarding Russia's illegal actions, including IMO Assembly Resolution A118333, and we are committed to continue to work with priority for the protection of freedom of navigation, maritime safety, and environmental protection. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Sweden. Turkey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. Turkey wishes to express its deepest condolences and solidarity with the people of Venezuela following the devastating earthquakes that struck the country. Mr. Chair, this tragedy reminds us once again of the fragility of human life and the importance of international solidarity in times of crisis. The maritime community has always been built on the principles of cooperation, mutual assistance, and shared responsibility. These principles must guide us not only in responding to natural disasters, but also in protecting the safety, security, and freedom of navigation in every region in the world. In this regard, Turkey recalls the concerns it previously brought to the attention of the organization during NCSR regarding the targeting of commercial vessels in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. Civilian shipping, seafarers, ports, maritime routes, and the continuity of the international trade must not be endangered. The freedom and the safety of navigation are not regional concerns. They are universal principles that underpin global peace, stability, and prosperity. Turkey's approach is firmly rooted in the principle expressed by the founder of the Republic of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk: peace at home, peace in the world. In this spirit, we sincerely hope that maritime activities can be carried out freely, safely, and securely in all geographies without fear, intimidation, or disruption. As we begin this Council session, Turkey stands to contribute constructively to the work of organization with a view of strengthening cooperation, protecting seafarers, and ensuring the international shipping remains a force for connectivity, resilience, and peace. Thank you.
Gracias a Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. European Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, first of all, the European Commission wants to express its condolences and support to the people of Venezuela in their suffering following last week's earthquake. In standing by the Venezuelan people in the past week, the EC has provided considerable support and resources and will continue to do so. We have just listened to a harrowing overview of the attacks which the Russian Federation has made against civil shipping in the Black Sea. Since the 136th Council only 7 months ago, there were more than 200 attacks on civil port facilities and on civil ships carrying civil loads and affecting innocent flags. In this perspective, the low point was undoubtedly the attack early June of 2 search and rescue vessels in active duty and trying to save lives. There is no point in repeating what Vice Prime Minister Kuleba told us. Allow me to repeat one telling phrase from his intervention. A lie does not become the truth only by repeating it. IMO is the forum where we have to ensure that lies are not repeated but exposed. As on all past occasions, on behalf of the European Commission, I want to condemn the maritime actions of the Russian Federation, as did many delegations before me, including notably Cyprus and Ireland. I also want to again express the unwavering support of the European Commission for our Ukraine friends in their fight against the unprovoked war of aggression by Russia. We lend this support wherever and whenever we can, so we do this also when the consequences of the war touch upon the maritime field, such as in the Black Sea. As a consequence, the European Commission will continue to support Ukraine here at IMO. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias a la...
Thank you, European Commission, and to all of the delegations who have taken the floor for general statements. I'd like now to remind delegates that, unlike committees, which produce detailed reports, the Council issues a summary of decisions. Please note that individual statements will not be attached to this summary, as the session is being recorded. Delegate interventions will be available on IMO Docs as audio records in due course. And with that, we will now continue with the adoption of the agenda. As you are aware, we have a busy agenda ahead. To ensure we conclude our work efficiently, I would kindly encourage you to keep your statements as concise as possible. I propose that any documents submitted be introduced with a statement limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. I assure you that I will do my utmost to facilitate a smooth session, and I appreciate your usual cooperation in helping us achieve our goals. As I was saying, let's now turn to the first item on our agenda, the adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda for this session is contained in document C1371. I would like to invite delegates to make any comments on the document that I have just referred to. The floor is open for any comments.
Veo que no hay ninguna petición.
I see no request for the floor, so may I take it that Council agrees to adopt the agenda for this session? If there are no objections, it is so decided. I also ask the Council to take note of document C137/1/1 containing the annotated agenda as well as the provisional timetable for this week. Delegation of the United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
At the outset, the delegation of the UAE would like to join the Secretary General and you, Mr. Chair. Our delegation would like to express its sincere condolences to the families of those affected by the earthquake in Venezuela recently, and we wish speedy recovery for all affected. And in these difficult times, we are fully in solidarity with the people of Venezuela. Chair, we'd like to inform you that the UAE has submitted, on a previous occasion this morning, a document for consideration during this session, the 137th session of the Council, in accordance with the rules of the procedures of the Council. This document will be submitted under agenda item 16 related to the protection of vital shipping lanes. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates, for providing that information with the Council, or to the Council. And in that regard, I would communicate to you that the document that has just been announced by the United Arab Emirates will be published on IMO Docs with the reference C137164, and that document will propose a Council statement addressing in more detail the repercussions of the illicit acts of the Islamic Republic of Iran, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz and the surrounding areas, in the Arabian Sea, the Sea of Oman and the Gulf region, and the developments since Council 36. And that will be discussed under agenda item 16 on our agenda, which is currently scheduled for Tuesday, 7th of July. If there are no further comments, then this completes the consideration of this agenda item, and we will now turn to agenda item 2, report on credentials. In accordance with Rule 10 of the Council's Rules of Procedure, members of Council are required to transmit to the Secretary-General the credentials of their representative and alternates, if any, no later than the opening day of Council. I invite the Secretary-General to report on the situation. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to report that the credentials of all Council members have been received and found in order. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary-General. I now invite Council to take note of the information provided by the Secretary-General, and I would ask you to take due note. And we now move to the consideration of agenda item 3 of our agenda with regard to rules of procedure. As you know, 2 documents have been submitted. Document C137/3 from the Secretary-General and C137/3/1 from the United Arab Emirates. In relation to the latter document, which proposes amending the organisation and method of work of the Council document, which relates to the Council's Intersessional Working Group on relations with non-governmental organisations, I propose that that be considered under agenda item 15B instead, as the working group has reviewed the proposed amendments from the United Arab Emirates and provided recommendations to the Council, which I would inform you are contained in document C137WP2, and that will be presented at the appropriate time by the group's chair under that agenda item. I take it that you agree with my proposal, so we would now move to consider document C1373 on the rules of procedure from the Secretary General. You will recall that at its 34th regular session, Assembly considered document A34/2/3 from the United Arab Emirates on the proposed development of an explanatory manual for guidance on or the interpretation of the rules of procedure of IMO organs. In view of support for further clarity regarding the interpretation of the rules of procedure and the need to consider them in greater detail, the Assembly referred the matter to Council 137 and requested the Secretariat to provide information to Council on the practice of the United Nations with regard to the explanation of the rules of procedure of the UN General Assembly and other bodies as appropriate. That said, and the information is in document 137/3, and I would now invite the Secretary General after the break, if that suits you, to introduce the document. As I say, after the coffee break. I have a request for the floor from the delegation of Malaysia with regard to an invitation to the coffee break. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia wishes to join other delegations in expressing our sincere sympathy and conveying our thoughts and words of comfort to the government and people of Venezuela during these difficult times. Malaysia recognizes the important work undertaken by this Council and remains fully committed to supporting a productive, focused and well-coordinated session. To ensure delegates remain engaged and energized throughout our deliberation, Malaysia is pleased to extend a warm invitation to all delegates, interpreters, members of the Secretariat to experience Malaysia coffee and treats hospitality at the Delegate Lounge. We hope this gesture will provide an informal and conducive platform for continued engagement, dialogue and network among delegates. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, delegation. Thank you to the delegation. If you could please remain silent. We haven't yet concluded. I would like to remind you about an event that took place on Saturday to coincide with the Grand Départ of the Tour de France. A group of colleagues participated in an IMO bike ride, more than 100 kilometers long, and with a worthy goal, which was to raise funds to support organizations which themselves support seafarers. On the screen you can see the QR code, which will give you a link to donate to those organizations. And thank you to the delegation of Malaysia as well, which provided nutritional support during the ride. So thank you very much, and we'll see you after the coffee break at 11:30.
Buenos días de nuevo. Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Well, good morning again, and thank you very much, Malaysia, for the coffee offered. And I'm going to turn to the Secretary-General for an introduction to C1373. Thank you, Chair. This document provides information on the practice of the United Nations with regard to the explanation of the rules of procedure of the United Nations General Assembly and other bodies, and provides recommendations for further clarity of the IMO rules of procedure. The United Nations has considered on a number of occasions the possibility of developing guidance regarding UNGA rules of procedure and assistance to presiding officers. However, no explanatory manual was developed. Instead, the United Nations has developed other sources of information on the Charter and the practice of the UN, such as the repertory of practice of United Nations organs and the repertoire of the practice of the Security Council. These tools, as well as comments on some procedural practices related inter alia to credentials, points of order, procedural motions and voting, are available online on the relevant UN official web pages. Based on the review undertaken by the Secretariat of the UN practice, the Secretariat considers that the text entitled Description of a Point of Order, which is set out in Annex 1 to the document, is a useful text to explain the concept of a point of order, and recommends adding it in Basic Documents Volume 1 after the rules of procedure of all the rules of procedure of the bodies, and adding a footnote to that description in the rule on point of order of the rules of procedure of the IMO bodies. On the conduct of business and voting, the Secretariat considers that the IMO rules of procedure could benefit from further enhancement and clarity by the inclusion of 3 additional rules on the procedural motions: adjournment of debate, closure of debate, and suspension or adjournment of the meeting. In addition, the Secretariat recommends the addition of a description of the suspension of the meeting and of the adjournment of the meeting. Further, the Secretariat recommends adding a rule on conduct during voting and revising the rules on division of proposals and amendments, voting on amendments, and voting on proposals, in order to further clarify the rules of procedure of the IMO and further harmonise them to the extent possible with the United Nations. All the proposed revisions are set out in Annex 2 to the document. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'm now going to open the floor for discussion on C137/3 and the actions requested of Council in paragraph 9 of that document.
Creo que hay un gran miembro del Consejo por.
You can see Council members are very keen to intervene in this debate. United Arab Emirates, please. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to begin by thanking Malaysia for the coffee break this morning, and we'd also like to thank the Secretary-General for this document. Sir, in relation to the description of a point of order, This delegation supports the recommendation that it be added to the basic documents, Volume 1, after the rules of procedure of all the bodies, and to add a footnote to that description in the rule on point of order of the rules of procedure of the IMO bodies, taking into account the following. Maintain gender-neutral language, avoid using the term presiding officer and use instead the term chair for the council and the committees and the president in the case of the assembly. We suggest inviting the other IMO organs to add a footnote in their respective rules of procedure after consideration or approval of amendments at the next session of Council. With the introduction of hybrid meeting capabilities, this delegation also seeks clarification on how delegates can signal to the chair for point of order whether they are in-person or remote participation. With regard to the rules on the motions, the UAE has the following views and suggestions. The recommended additional rules on procedural motions should follow the sequence and order as in the current rules of procedure. That is, starting from to suspend a meeting, to adjourn a meeting, to adjourn the debate on the question under discussion, and for the closure of the debate on the question under discussion. We also suggest splitting the motion of suspension or adjournment of the meeting in accordance with Rule 35(2). For suspension of the meeting, we suggest including the following text for both motions, the suspension of the meeting, to read. Permission to speak on a suspension of the meeting shall be granted only to the proposer and in addition to one speaker in favour of and two against the motion, after which it shall be put immediately to the vote. The same would also be applicable to the adjournment of the meeting as well as other motions. In relation to all motions, this delegation wishes to consider the inclusion of a clear time frame of each motion as follows. In relation to the suspension of the meeting, a meeting can be suspended for a limited amount of time, upon which it is usually resumed on the same day or the following day. With regard to the adjournment of a meeting can be adjourned to a close. Member States requesting adjournment of a meeting should specify the period of adjournment. In relation to the adjournment of debate, that means ending parts or all of the consideration of the agenda item concerned. This can mean ending the debate, blocking action on a specific decision, or ending the consideration of the item as a whole. Member States requesting an adjournment of debate specify which part of the consideration is to be ended. With regard to the recommended additional rule on conduct during voting to be inserted after the rule on method of voting, this delegation supports this recommendation. With regard to division of proposals and amendments, we seek clarification on the following. As stated, permission to speak on the motion for division shall be given only to two speakers in favour. Does the two speakers mean the proposer and one in favour, or the proposer and two speakers in favour? And then with regard to the voting on proposals, this delegation prefers keeping or maintaining the text on voting on proposals as set out in the current rules of procedure. This delegation believes that there is no need to have a vote on the next proposal because it relates to the same question. So we understand that this work will continue, and perhaps it would be best to set up a working group at the next council session in order to complete the work. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates for that very comprehensive and detailed assessment of the proposals from the Secretariat. I've been trying to take note of them as best I can, but I would call on delegations, given that there's no compelling need for us to take a decision on the proposals on the rules of procedure at this session, for us to have a first round of discussions with a degree of detail, but we should remain aware that many of these possible contributions from Council would have to be duly considered in detail in the shape of a working group at a future session of Council. So please bear that in mind in making your statements. Having said that, I'll turn to Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. We would like to begin by joining others in extending our condolences to the victims of the earthquake in Venezuela. And then we would like to thank Malaysia for the coffee break. The delegation of Morocco would like to congratulate the Secretariat on the quality of document C1373, which fulfills the terms of reference with which Assembly 34 tasked it. We support its recommendations and we welcome this initiative, which is intended to clarify rules of procedure of the IMO organs. In this context, our delegation would draw Council's attention to a separate but related procedural issue common to the 5 committees of the IMO and the Council itself, which we believe requires a coordinated response and which has to do with roll call votes. The rules of procedure of the MSC, of the MEPC, LEG, TC and FAO all state in identical terms, as does Rule 41 of the Council Rules of Procedure, that a roll call vote will be taken as soon as it is requested. There is no provision in these rules for a mechanism which would allow a member state to defer or postpone its vote in order to consider and coordinate with national authorities. In practice, delegations are increasingly often facing situations where a roll call vote has been demanded without warning on a particular point, which means they have to abstain, to leave the room, or to cast a vote which may not faithfully reflect the position of their government. This situation particularly affects delegations representing member states located in distant time zones far from London, where consulting with their capitals at very short notice is harder physically. It hinders or may undermine representativity and legitimacy of decisions taken. We would therefore suggest that we could take advantage of this review of the rules of procedure, including those of Council, to include an amendment which would allow us to deal with this difficulty. Morocco stands ready to work together with Member States and to make a proposal related to this at the next Council session. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a la
Thank you, Morocco. Italy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all. Italy extends its deepest condolences to the government and people of Venezuela for the tragic loss of life caused by the recent earthquake and expresses its heartfelt sympathy to the family of the victims. We also thank Malaysia for sponsoring Coffee Break. We thank the Secretary General for document C137/3 and the distinguished delegate of United Arab Emirates for the proposal presented in the last Assembly document A34/2/3. Indeed, the current international framework leads the IMO to address increasing sensitive matters
which require a greater attention on procedures to fairly deal with. That is why, considering the information provided from the Secretary General and with a view to move in line with United Nations practice or rule and procedures, we agree on the recommendation synthesized in paragraph 9.2 and 9.3. And we appreciate if the Secretariat would prepare the text of the Rule of Procedures Amendment for the next Council session approval as described in paragraph 9.4. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias por sus comentarios. Italia.
Thank you, Italy. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria extends its deepest condolences to the government and people of Venezuela following the tragic double earthquake that resulted in the loss of lives and widespread destruction of property, and still stands in full solidarity with them during these difficult times. We also take the opportunity to thank the delegation of Malaysia for the refreshment this morning. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, Nigeria thanks the Secretary General for the comprehensive document C1373 and commends the Secretariat for drawing on established United Nations practice to further clarify the rules of procedure of the organization. We support the proposed inclusion of descriptions of point of order, together with the recommended refinements relating to procedural motion, conduct of business, and voting. These measures will enhance legal clarity, consistency, and transparency, while providing valuable guidance to presiding officers, the Secretariat, and Member States. As a specialized agency of the United Nations with a truly global membership, the IMO's procedural framework should continue to reflect the principles of fairness, predictability, inclusiveness, and the sovereign equality of all member states, thereby strengthening confidence in the organization's decision-making process. Nigeria also recognizes the practical concerns that in exceptional circumstances, delegations may require a limited opportunity to seek instructions from their capital before a roll call vote, particularly where significant time zone differences or the sensitivity of an issue makes immediate consultations impracticable. Such circumstances may otherwise result in abstention or votes that do not fully reflect the considered position of governments. While this matter deserves careful examination, any further amendments should be narrowly framed and subject to clear safeguards to preserve the efficiency, certainty, and integrity of the Council's proceedings, ensuring that any flexibility cannot be used to delay or obstruct the business of the organization. In this regard, Nigeria would welcome further technical consultations among interested member states and the Secretariat with a view to developing a balanced, practical, and consensus-based proposal for consideration by the Council at its 138th session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Malaysia, for sponsoring the mid-morning refreshments break. We also extend our heartfelt condolences to Venezuela following the recent devastating earthquake in their country. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for introducing document C137/3. At the outset, Chair, we agree that clear, consistent, and predictable application of the rules of procedure strengthens transparency, fairness, and confidence in the work of the organization, particularly as IMO continues to operate in increasingly complex and hybrid meeting environments. Having carefully considered the document, South Africa supports the Secretariat's careful analysis of UN practices, and particularly the practical recommendations aimed at clarifying existing procedures, including the proposed description of a point of order and the additional provisions relating to procedural motions and the conduct of voting. These proposals appear to enhance clarity,
while remaining firmly grounded in established UN practices. In this regard, Chair, we would favor building incrementally on the Secretariat's recommendations and existing UN precedents before fully embarking on more elaborate institutional arrangements, while also supporting enhanced delegate orientation and practical training on application of the rules. We therefore support requesting the Secretariat to prepare draft amendments for Council's consideration at its next session, whilst continuing discussions on the most appropriate form of any future explanatory guidance. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Sudáfrica. España.
Thank you, South Africa. Spain, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Spain would also like to express its condolences for the victims of the earthquake in Venezuela and express our full solidarity to the people of Venezuela. With regard to the matter under consideration, Spain thanks the Secretary-General for the information on UN practice with regard to the explanation of the rules of procedure of the UN General Assembly and other bodies. With regard to the description of a point of order, Spain believes that it is appropriate to have an explanation of the concept of a point of order. So we agree with its inclusion in the Basic Documents Volume 1 and the inclusion of a footnote relating to said description in the Rules of Procedure of IMO organs. With regard to the other changes that the Secretariat proposes in Annex 2 of the document, in principle, Spain agrees with them. But we would like to have a consolidated text which the Secretariat could submit to Council 137 or a future session. Also, we believe it would be timely for, at a future session of the Council, a working group to be established that would thoroughly analyse the new text of the Rules of Procedure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Spain. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. We would like to join those who've expressed condolences to the victims and families affected by the recent earthquake in Venezuela. Peru responded to this tragedy immediately, providing humanitarian assistance and sending rescue teams as an expression of its solidarity with the people of Venezuela. We also would like to thank the distinguished delegation of Malaysia for their kind invitation this morning. We also thank the Secretariat for presenting document C137/3. The delegation of Peru sees the proposals in this document as potentially contributing to greater clarity and predictability of the work of the organization. However, for this delegation, the proposals should ensure that provisions do not unduly restrict participation of member states, nor limit the necessary flexibility the chair has to guide discussions in light of the circumstances of each session. In light of this, we support instructing the Secretariat to prepare draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Council to be considered at the next session. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias y les pido disculpas.
Thank you, and apologies for I'm bleeding here. I promise I haven't been hit either by the Secretary General or the Director. I'm still safe up here in their hands. I can't remember who the last speaker was now. Peru, I think. So the delegation of Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and hope you are okay. Please take care and happy to see you smiling, but we are with you. Now, please allow me to start by thanking the delegation of Malaysia for their warm hospitality with coffee and sweets, which empowered us for a good start of the week. And Japan thanks the Secretary General for providing information on the practice in the United Nations on its rules procedures, and for suggesting the revision of our IMO's rules and procedure. We understand that the IMO's rules of procedure are essentially based on the UN General Assembly 1. If there remain any substantial discrepancies between two of them without sufficient justifications, then we in general support aligning our IMO's rules with that of the UNGA. In this regard, Japan appreciates the recommendations provided in paragraphs from 5 to 8 in this document, and in general supports them. Although the approval of the revision is subject to further consideration based on the draft amendments to be prepared at the next session, Japan would like to offer 2 comments. First, we wish to see more clarities on the reasons for the specific changes in the text in Annex 2. For example, the current IMO Council's Rule 35 allows 1 speaker in favor and 2 speakers against after the procedural motions was proposed. In the recommended text in Annex 2, the number of speakers allowed seems to be different and differed depending on adjournment or closure of the debate or suspension or adjournment of the meeting. We understand this came from the UN General Assembly's rules, but if this is the case in UNGA, we would appreciate any further advice from the United Nations on why UNGA rules applies different numbers of speakers, whereas IMO currently does not. This will allow us to make more informed decisions. Second, in order to allow smooth and efficient discussion for approving the draft amendments of the rules of procedure at the next session, Japan would like to kindly request the Secretariat to provide the track change text of the draft amendment well before the session commences, so that all the Council members can closely look into them and duly consider both substantial and editorial issues. Additionally, we also appreciate several suggestions orally provided today by several previous speakers. We think those proposals, and we are open to consider at the next session if the written submission is provided. If there is sufficient justification to do so, of course, we should be open to add IMO's new original provisions. However, at the same time, we also have to duly bear in mind the consistency with the rules of UN General Assembly as we are discussing today. So if the Council member wishes to bring new proposals which will be newly added to our IMO's rules, in that case, we wish to encourage them to add their analysis on consistency of the relevant provisions in the UN General Assembly rules. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Japan. The Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all. First, the Republic of Korea would like to express its deepest condolences to the peoples and government of Venezuela following the devastating earthquake. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to all those affected by this tragedy, especially the families of the victims. We also would like to thank to Malaysia for generously providing morning coffee. On the matter at hand, the Republic of Korea welcomes the recommendations set out in this document by the Secretariat. We believe that the Secretariat's proposal to provide further clarification on the description of a point of order, as well as more detailed provisions on procedural motions in the rules of procedure of IMO organs, will continue to enhancing transparency, clarity, and predictability in the conduct of the meeting. We also welcome the fact that these proposals are consistent with the relevant rules of other UN-specified agencies, including the UN General Assembly and the WHO. However, we believe that the point raised by the UAE and several other member states deserve further consideration. Therefore, the Republic of Korea agrees with the step-by-step approach of having the specific draft amendments to the rules of procedure considered and approved at the next session of the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la República.
Thank you, Korea. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, allow us to express our deepest condolences and our solidarity to those affected by the devastating earthquakes in Venezuela. We also thank the delegation of Malaysia for the very delicious sweets. As for the matter at hand, clear rules of procedure that apply to all and are in line with UN practice contribute to transparency and create trust during negotiations. We therefore support the proposals in document C-137-3, and we also support to discuss this in more detail during a working group at the next session. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Belgium. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, Indonesia joins others in extending our deepest condolences to the delegation and people of Venezuela following the recent earthquake. We also thank Malaysia for kindly hosting the coffee break. Indonesia thanks the Secretary General and the Secretariat for document C-137/3, which offers a useful overview of United Nations practice on the explanation and application of the rules of procedure. My delegation appreciates the effort to bring greater clarity to procedural matters, points of order, procedural motions, and voting. A common understanding of these issues is important to ensure predictability, transparency, and the orderly conduct of meetings while safeguarding the procedural rights of all member states. In this regard, Indonesia aligned with the concern raised by Morocco on the matter of voting. It may be useful to also examine how requests for a vote are handled in the practice of other UN bodies. We note too that while the Secretariat draws on the relevant UNGA rules, the provision on explanation of vote contained in those rules have not been carried across. Given the increasing recourse to voting in recent sessions, we believe there could be merit in considering such a provision. At the same time, Chair, we recall that the mandate given by the Assembly at its 34th session was for the Secretariat to provide the Council with information on relevant UN practice. While the recommendations in document C-137/3 are useful and merit further considerations, Indonesia believes the Council should proceed carefully before instructing the Secretariat to prepare draft amendment to the rules of procedure. Any possible revision should be approached in a comprehensive and inclusive manner, taking into account the views of member states and the implications for other IMO organs, so as to preserve consistency and harmonization across the organization. Indonesia can therefore support noting the information provided and continuing the Council's consideration of this matter. At this stage, we would prefer that the Secretariat be requested to gather comments from Member States and, as necessary, provide further analysis taking those comments into account. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. And I give the floor to the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands likes to thank Malaysia for the coffee break. This delegation would like to thank the Secretary-General and Secretariat for the document under this agenda item and for their continued efforts to improve the working methods and procedural framework of the IMO Council and other IMO bodies. This delegation supports the proposed amendments and additions to the IMO Rules of Procedure as set out in the submitted document. We consider these amendments to be another constructive step toward further strengthening the transparency and consistency of IMO's work and welcomes the Secretariat to prepare draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Council for further discussion and their approval by the Council at its next session. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a
Thank you, Netherlands. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation thanks Malaysia for sponsoring the coffee break. This delegation thanks the Secretary-General for the preparation of Document C-137/3, which provides member states with a valuable reference for gaining a better understanding of the rules of procedure and for effectively guiding the conduct of meeting. China has noted that in recent IMO meetings, it has become increasingly necessary to resort to the rules of procedure in order to address discussions on contentious issues. We believe that drawing on the good practices of the UN system, with regard to the rules of procedure, it is necessary to continue improving the rules of procedure of this organization. This is of great importance to ensuring the soundness of organization's deliberation and decision-making, as well as its long-term institutional development. In view of the importance of this issue and the need to preserve the rigor of the rules of procedure, we suggest that the Council establish a dedicated working group to undertake in-depth discussion on possible revisions to the rules of procedure, with a view to considering in a coordinated manner how the resulting outcome could be systematically reflected in the work of all organs of this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the delegation of China. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The United Kingdom welcomes the Secretariat's efforts to enhance clarity, consistency and transparency in the application of IMO rules of procedure. We believe the proposed approach, drawing on established United Nations practice and precedents, provides useful guidance for Member States, chairs and the Secretariat while preserving the existing framework. We would look forward to seeing draft amendments to the rules of procedure of the Council ahead of the next Council. As a general comment, we would expect to see gender-neutral language used while drafting these. We have also heard suggestions from other delegations today, which we believe have merit, and look forward to seeing their proposals in more detail. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you, United Kingdom. India.
Thank you, Chair. India stands in solidarity with Venezuela and expresses condolences for loss of life in the devastating earthquake. India undertook Operation Amistad as a humanitarian assistance and disaster relief mission in Venezuela for relief, and India reiterates its continued unwavering support to Venezuela in this difficult time. We also thank Malaysia for the invigorating coffee. India thanks the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the comprehensive analysis of United Nations practice and the recommendations contained in Document C 137/3. India supports efforts to enhance the clarity, accessibility, and consistency of the rules of procedure. Greater procedural clarity can contribute to the efficient conduct of meetings and provide greater certainty to member states and chairs of sessions. At the same time, India considers that any amendments should preserve the consensus-based and technical nature of the organization. Harmonization with United Nations practice should not inadvertently encourage greater reliance on procedural motions or formal voting, where consensus has traditionally been the preferred approach. India further considers that the proposed amendments should simplify and clarify procedural processes without introducing procedural complexity, and should continue to provide adequate flexibility to the chair in facilitating consensus among member states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, India. I still have a significant number of requests for the floor. But in light of the comments, might I suggest a way forward, if you agree? First of all, my thanks go to delegates for the comments and the constructive approach to the matter of the rules of procedure. And I'd suggest the following to Council. First of all, that it takes note of the information provided in document C137/3. And secondly, that it agrees to instruct the Secretariat to draft amendments relating to the rules of procedure of Council, including the description of a point of order for its possible inclusion in Volume 1 of the basic documents, including the footnote, with a view to Council considering that at its next session. Thirdly, invite member states to propose new amendments to the rules of procedure of Council for consideration by Council at its next session. And fourthly, I propose that we agree that a working group be established at the next session of Council to consider in detail the draft amendments to the rules of procedure of Council. If there is no objection and you are in agreement, then please withdraw your request to speak.
Veo que hay algunas...
I see there are some delegations who are still requesting the floor. Delegation of the United States.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I think that your proposal is moving us forward. We'd also like to thank Malaysia for the delicious coffee break. I think that, and just as an initial matter, we did note that this document was posted quite late, and if I'm reading IMO docs correctly, it was, although the date on the document is May 15th or 16th, it wasn't posted until June 26th. Which, given the need to travel here, only gave delegations a few days to review. So I would note with concern that significant delay in this being posted and made available to member states to review. As a second matter, and perhaps we can reflect on this over the lunch period, the way that we were hearing delegations in the room, it seemed that we may have been moving towards an idea of member state submissions on these proposals from the Secretariat, which I will say that we do think it's very valuable, of course, for all member states and for the organ to have detailed common understanding of the way rules of procedure and points of order and these different procedural mechanisms work. So we do think that it's a valuable project. But the way that your proposal was laid out, it appeared that the Secretariat would go directly to drafting amendments instead of inviting member state submissions on those amendments, which could then be reflected perhaps in a working group at the next council. I do note that you invited member state submissions on other rules of procedure, but that's quite an expansion of what the Secretariat paper initially envisions. So we're just trying to reflect and process the way forward, particularly given the very limited time that we had before this meeting to prepare for this topic. But if we could think about perhaps member state written submissions on these proposals on points of order and conduct of business, and then the next council could consider those, and then perhaps a further step would be consideration of further rules of procedure that may also need to be reviewed. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, US, for your comments. Delegation of Morocco will take these two delegations, and then I will formulate my response to the comments that we've heard. Morocco, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your summary. Coming back to the third point of your summary, could you clarify that particular point? The new submissions you mention, will they be limited solely to the matters listed in 1373, or can they be extended to matters relating to voting, but which relate to the difficulties we experienced in the previous session?
Gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco, United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. I would say the same thing as has just been said by the United States. With regard to a 3423 that the United Arab Emirates presented to Assembly and that was supported there, with the agreement to refer the document to this session of Council. In our view, no international organisation should be able, or no international organisation can carry out its function without clearly defined rules of procedure intended to protect the rights of individual members, as well as permit orderly conduct of business. So rules of procedure is essential, and knowledge of them is essential and a helpful tool, not only for delegates, but also for those in the chair. So there is a need for guidance to explain how the rules should be understood, utilised and applied. There is a proposal to ask the Secretariat to consider holding a seminar for delegates, which would bring together the delegates, chairs, vice chairs, to explain the rules of procedure for various IMO organs. And as we've said in our document, this could be done through an annual seminar for IMO delegates, or a dedicated seminar or workshop which would be specifically for this purpose. We're entirely in agreement with you, Chair, and your summation, but those are comments that we wanted to make relating to matters listed in A34/2/3, documents that were considered at the time by Assembly and have now been referred to us for consideration. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos. ¿Puedo solicitar 5 minutos adicionales a los intérpretes para finalizar este punto?
Yes, sir. You can have the time.
En primer lugar, en respuesta a los comentarios.
By way of response to the United States and those remarks, we take note of the concerns voiced with regard to delay in issuing certain types of document. With regard to the request for the Secretariat to draft or to produce a draft amendments, bearing in mind what we have in Annex 2 of the document, allow me to clarify the purpose of this request is to facilitate the work of member states in considering the rules of procedure at a future session. And this leads me on to what was said by Morocco as to the scope of these further changes. I understand that these could refer to what the Secretariat has already suggested, which would be reflected in this draft to be submitted, or any others which member states may deem to be appropriate. We don't intend to restrict member states' rights to present or submit any amendments they deem appropriate with regard to the rules of procedure. And finally, with regard to the proposal from the UAE on some sort of seminar or information session on the practices of the organization with regard to its rules of procedures and of the various bodies, I believe that could be taken on board by the Secretariat once we complete the process of review, if that's deemed to be appropriate. So I hope with that I've clarified matters as arising from those last questions, and we will complete our consideration of this agenda item. United States.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that we could be flexible on your proposal, although we continue to think it's a bit premature for the Secretariat to be instructed to prepare draft amendments. But I think that we could be flexible on that to try to move this issue along at the next council session if we could have some type of clarification as to when this draft would be provided to member states so that they would have adequate time to then respond to it and do submissions or be prepared to offer its views on such a draft from the Secretariat on those rules of procedure. So if we could have a date certain or some type of indication as to when that would be made available. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States, and thank you for the flexibility expressed in accepting this task for the Secretariat. With regard to the availability of the draft amendments, the Secretariat would make that available to Member States as soon as is feasible. Thank you. As I was saying, over the lunch break, we have a presentation here in the main hall from the Secretariat. It's an update on the enhancement of the GESIS project. And I would invite you all to attend that information meeting and have a good lunch break. We'll meet again here at 2:30.
So good afternoon to all, and thank you for taking the time over the lunch break to attend this presentation. So we wanted to use the opportunity of this council to share with you an update regarding the enhancement of GISIS. So, you know the current GISIS 1.0. It's a very fragmented database. It's not only one GISIS that we have today, it's mainly 42 different modules. Very successful development over the year, but of course nobody expected at the beginning of the project that we will have such number of different modules. And the problem that we face now with the current situation of GISIS is this fragmentation of all the data, and of course for all the users, as you are. So it's very challenging, of course, to find information and to make some progress through the complexity of GISIS. Just to give you some numbers, some figure about the situation of GISIS. If you can imagine that it's an Excel sheet, GISIS, it will be a table with 7,530 columns and with 564 different tables. So it's also for you an explanation why sometimes GISIS is very slow. Of course, it's a very successful project. We increase a lot the total volume of data, but due to that, the current platform, I will say, suffer about this total volume of data. Just to give you an overview of the different timeline of the project. So we started in 2024 with the first phase of GISIS with the support of a company named DXC Technology. It was really a phase, an important phase to assess the real situation of GISIS and also to start to explore in which direction, which type of technical solution we could implement for the future of GISIS. So it was the first phase between September 2024 to February 2025. After that, we initiate a tender process between March 2025 to February 2026. And this year, in March, we initiate the phase 2 of the project. It's really the design and the development of the new GISIS. And we have the support of a company named Nagarro. Just to be very clear with you, in this phase 2 of the GISIS project, we have two parts. The part 1, I will say it's really how to refurbish the engine room of a GISIS vessel. It's really behind the scene to rebuild a new analytical data model, how to restructure, how to connect all the tables, and to harmonize also all the data that we have inside GISIS. And in this first phase, so we started in March 2026, and normally we will end in 1 year, in March 2027. The second part of this project is to modernize the user interface, what you can see on your screen and how you will navigate through the new GISIS. And this phase will have a duration of around 20 months. For the first part of this phase 2, we have the support of Republic of Korea, and thank you very much for that, because this first part of the project had been funded by the Voyage Together Trust Funds. But for the part 2, and what is really important for you as an end user, so we need additional support from your side, and we release a circular letter, number 5204, requesting additional support for this second part of the project. I highlighted the importance, of course, to have your support, because this phase is, of course, crucial, because it's what would be really visible for the user. Part 1 of the project is really the engine room, and the part 2, it's more visible, it's more the bridge. And so we need, of course, both to be able to navigate within the future of GISIS. So what would be the future of GISIS, GISIS 2.0? So first, it's how we design the new GISIS, and we wanted really to insist on the fact that it's user-centered design. It's about your need. Your needs as a member state need also from the side of the Secretariat, but also from other stakeholders and publics. And so that is why we have this first phase of GISIS was really also to assess your expectations, your difficulties with the current GISIS. The second element, as I explained, is really to rebuild the data architecture, the data model, to be able to have search function across all the modules. So you will be able to connect all the data that we have today in GISIS. That is not the case. Today you are able to extract some data, but module per module. In the future of this GISIS, you will be able to extract data from all the modules with a link, with a logic between all the modules. It's really important also that, of course, as a member state, you have the obligation to fill in information in GISIS, to report. There is a lot of mandatory requirement. But also as an end user, so it will be helpful for you to be able to extract data regarding the situation of your fleet, the situation of your port, the implementation of ISPS code. And so we would like to provide you a new tool, so through Power BI integration, for you to be able to extract some report and to be able to manage the situation of the implementation of all IMO instruments through different reporting mechanisms. We would like also to modernize GISIS and to use, I would say, the latest technologies that we can have today, in particular with the use of AI through a Power Chatbot, to help you, in particular, to improve search function. Today, it's very challenging to find information through this total amount of data. For that, AI will be very helpful for all the users with a simple, I would say, wording and request to find information. And this chatbot will be based on the perimeter of GISIS, but not only, also on IMODocs. We wanted also to have something more dynamic. And so we would like to integrate some workflow. Of course, you are not all the time aware what you have to fill in through GISIS. We wanted to have something dynamic, that the system could generate some alerts, some email, highlighting you what you have to fill in through GISIS, what is missing, if there is any problem. So we wanted also that the future of GISIS will help you to fill in and to share your data. Of course, it's really important to improve the quality of data. Today, we have, I would say, a lot of duplication. And so that is why we are rebuilding this analytical model. So I will share with you some different slides, so you could have a first overview what could be the future of GISIS. Of course, that is not at all the final version. It's just the first, I would say, slide that we were working with the company Nagarro. And so, of course, the presentation, of course, will be very, very different that, as you know today. So we will have dedicated module sections, browse topic, and quick search function on all the page. You will have also a dashboard, but not a dashboard, a generic dashboard, but a dashboard designed for all the users that, of course, you could also amend and modify regarding your need. We know that all member states, I will say, manage the use of GISIS differently. It's really important that each administration, each member state could define and the use of this different dashboard regarding their own needs. Regarding also the difficulty to navigate today regarding all the modules, so we will have more thematic approach per category, per directory also to help and to navigate through GISIS and not only through this different module as you know today. An important element, and so I wanted to highlight, it's the introduction of Power BI and AI chatbot. So what you could do tomorrow with the new GISIS, you will be able to produce this type of chart of report regarding the topics that you, you can't decide about, for example, marine casualty. You will have a global overview with statistics and data regarding your own fleet. So it's just one example, but for each module, you will have this type of Power BI report. It's really important because we know that for each administration, there is a rotation of user. We need to facilitate, I would say, your life and also to keep the memory of all the data that we add inside GISIS due to this rotation of delegate managing GISIS. It's also considering the different scale of, I would say, delegation and different administration involved in the management of GISIS. We need to have a flexible, I would say, mechanism to help small delegation or, I would say, more important delegation with a high number of users. And so we are integrating these different parameters in the design and the development of GISIS. And also very important that I mentioned that you will have this search function and this possibility to, I would say, cross-check and verify all the information through the different modules. How could work a chat bot, AI chatbot? So you know, I'm sure now you are more familiar with all these AI tools, and so we would like really to use and to implement this GISIS assistant, in particular for search function. It will be very easier for you to send some specific requests regarding your need, and this AI chatbot will work on the whole scope of GISIS data and IMODOCS also. Really important, of course, to consider security of the data. I really insist on the fact that we implement AI function, but AI limited on the data that we have within GISIS and within IMODOCS. We will not use any external data for all this search function. In terms of security and the profile of user, we will continue to use our web account system. So you will have an access dedicated. Of course, if you represent one member state, you will not have access to the data from other member states. It's really important to continue to secure the access of all the data. And of course, all the requests that we can do on the AI will stay inside IMODOCS and GISIS. Nothing will go, of course, outside. We keep the same logic that we have today with the IMO web account and with the perimeter of GISIS. Thank you very much for your attention. So it was just a quick overview of what could be GISIS. Of course, we are at the first stage of the development, working on the engine room. I really insist on this phase. It's behind the scene. It's not visible. And so it will be more visible once we'll be able to start the phase 2 of this project. But for that, we need your active support. Thank you. And so if you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Any question? All is clear? You are happy with the future of GISIS? If you are happy, we are very happy. If not, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good lunch.
Venezuela.
Buenas tardes a todas las delegaciones.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I do hope you had a good lunch break. And back here, raring to go, full of energy for the afternoon session of day one. And I'd like to ask you now to turn to item 4 of the agenda on strategy and planning. We have 3 documents for your consideration. And I'd like to begin by inviting the Secretary General to introduce C1374A, which provides an update to the risk management policy. Secretary General, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair, and a very good afternoon to you all. At its 133rd session, Council approved a revised risk management policy and a risk appetite statement, which together form the Secretariat's current risk management framework. Building on that foundation, the Secretariat has further developed the framework by proposing the addition of a strategic fraud risk management annex to the risk management policy, as set out in the annex to this document. The new annex provides IMO staff with practical guidance related to the risk of fraud, covering the full risk management cycle, and thereby supporting my commitment to fostering a colour of integrity and honesty across the organisation. I would like to stress that IMO applies a zero-tolerance approach to fraud and corruption. All allegations will be pursued and, where substantiated, appropriate administrative or disciplinary measures will be applied. The Council is invited to note the information provided in this document and, in particular, to approve the updated risk management policy, incorporating the new annex on strategic fraud risk management. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, and I now invite comments on the documents.
Italia.
Italy, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank very much the Secretary General for document C137/4A and for all the work done to protect the organization from risk of fraud and related despicable behaviors and its impact. We praise the upgrade of highly well-structured risk management policy to include the annex on strategic fraud risk management procedures. We particularly welcome at paragraph 27 of the strategic fraud risk management the introduction of a system for the proactive disclosure and management of conflict of interest to the IMO Financial Disclosure Program. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. The Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines thanks the Secretary General for document C137/4A. Our delegation strongly supports the proposal to include an annex on strategic fraud risk management within the IMO risk management policy. Successful delivery of the organization's strategic plan for 2024-2029 relies heavily on a foundation of robust accountability and institutional integrity. The Philippines emphasizes the importance of fostering a culture of honesty throughout the Secretariat. This annex equips IMO staff with practical guidance to prevent, detect, and report fraud and corruption, ultimately safeguarding both the organization's resources and its global reputation. We fully endorse the IMO's zero-tolerance approach by ensuring that all allegations are rigorously pursued and that substantiated cases face strict administrative or disciplinary measures. The IMO reinforces its commitment to the highest ethical standards. This framework is further solidified by clear role differentiation between operation managers, internal control functions, and independent oversight. A transparent and resilient risk management system is vital for the Secretariat to achieve its objectives efficiently. Therefore, the Philippines supports the adoption of the updated risk management policy. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria thanks the Secretary General for the updated risk management policy and welcomes the proposed Strategic Fraud Risk Management Annex as a timely and necessary reinforcement of the organization's accountability framework. For Nigeria, the credibility of IMO depends not only on the quality of its technical work, but also on the confidence member states place in the integrity, transparency, and prudent management of the organization's resources. We therefore support a structured approach that strengthens prevention, detection, deterrence, response, and reporting in relation to fraud and corruption, while embedding a culture of integrity across the Secretariat. This is particularly important where regular budgetary resources, extra budgetary contributions, technical cooperation projects, and implementing partners arrangements are concerned, as these directly affect the confidence of member states and the effective delivery of capacity-building support to developing countries. Nigeria further welcomes the emphasis on clear roles and responsibilities under the three-line model, the use of the fraud risk assessment, conflict of interest disclosure, due diligence for implementing partners, whistleblower protection, internal and external audit oversight, and corrective action where misconduct is established. At the same time, we encourage the implementation of the annex to be supported by practical staff training, proportionate control, timely reporting to Council, and continuous review so that the framework remains effective without creating unnecessary administrative burden. Subject to these observations, Nigeria supports the approval of the updated risk management policy, including the Strategic Fraud Risk Management Annex, as an important step in strengthening institutional accountability, safeguarding IMO's reputation, and ensuring the organizations continue to deliver its mandate with trust, efficiency, and integrity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you. Nigeria. Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. Sweden thanks the Secretary General for document C137/4A and welcomes the updated risk management policy. Corruption is a serious threat to well-functioning organizations, the rule of law, and public trust in institutions, and preventing and combating corruption must therefore remain a continuous priority. It is therefore very encouraging to see that the IMO staff is being equipped with practical guidance to help them identify, prevent, and respond to situations where corruption or other forms of misconduct may arise. Sweden therefore supports the approval of the updated risk management policy and looks forward to their effective implementation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Suecia.
Thank you. Sweden. Mexico, please. Thank you, sir. And firstly, we'd like to thank the Secretary General for having submitted C137/4A, setting out an updated risk management policy. We support the proposed addition to the risk management policy, and we also are grateful to the efforts of the Secretariat to ensure constant improvements to internal processes, as well as the SG's commitment to implement a zero-tolerance policy in cases of fraud or corruption. And we also encourage the promotion of a culture of honesty and integrity at all levels, as we've heard. We believe that the annex on strategic fraud risk management will assist the Secretariat of the organisation in providing the necessary instruments to exercise their role with full responsibility. And we therefore support this annex and the document as a whole. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, Mexico. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Japan appreciate the efforts made by the Secretary General in preparing the revised proposal. We consider that the proposed text will capture necessary processes for risk management based on the zero-tolerant approach, and we are pleased to support it. In accordance with the updated policy, we kindly request the Secretariat to continue regular updates on implementation of the risk management to the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Japan. United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States thanks the Secretary General for the information provided in C-137-4A, and we join the Philippines, Nigeria, Sweden, Mexico, and Japan in welcoming the addition of a strategic fraud risk management annex to the risk management policy. We voice our strong support for a zero-tolerance approach to fraud and corruption within the IMO. The United States notes that the annex responds directly to internal and external audit findings and to JIU recommendations and is based on the 2023 COSO-ACFI framework, which is a sound, recognized structure that includes fraud risk assessment, preventative and detective controls, investigative and corrective action, and monitoring. The United States supports approval of the updated risk management policy, including the Strategic Fraud Risk Management Annex. The U.S. encourages the Secretary General to ensure that the anti-fraud training that's described in the annex is delivered to all staff and to report periodically to the Council on implementation and effectiveness, including any substantiated cases and resulting disciplinary action. Thank you.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you. United States. Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea would like to express its appreciation to the Secretary General for submitting this document. The Republic of Korea believes that the annex can contribute to strengthening the Secretariat's risk management framework by providing a more specific and systematic approach to fraud and corruption risks. We also consider that this initiative is consistent with the Strategic Direction 8, ensure organizational effectiveness, and will contribute to achieving its performance indicators. Therefore, the Republic of Korea supports the Secretariat's proposal to conclude the annex on strategic fraud risk management in the risk management policy. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la República de Corea.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Malaysia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia welcomes the proposal to add the Strategic Fraud Risk Management Annex to the risk management policy. We recognize that fraud and corruption pose significant threats not only to financial resources but also to the reputation and effectiveness of any organization. We therefore support the zero-tolerance approach that IMO has adopted in this regard. We note with appreciation that the annex provides practical guidance to IMO staff on preventing, detecting, deterring, responding to, and reporting fraud and corruption. Malaysia is of the view that this strengthened framework will contribute positively to the culture of integrity and honesty that the Secretary General seeks to foster across the organization. Malaysia also wishes to highlight the importance of ensuring that the implementation of these anti-fraud measures is carried out in a balanced manner, with due regards to due process and the protection of staff rights. We would welcome assurance that the necessary resources are made available for effective implementation and that the Council is kept informed of progress through the appropriate reporting mechanism. With this consideration, Malaysia supports the updated risk management policy as proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil aligns itself with the other delegations that support the risk management policy. It expresses appreciation to the Secretary General for document C1374A and to the Secretariat for the diligent work carried out to further strengthen the organization's risk management architecture. We welcome the development of the Strategic Fraud Risk Management Annex, which constitutes a timely and substantive enhancement to the existing risk management framework approved at C133. Proposed annex provides clear and practical guidance to staff and is therefore an important step towards fostering a culture of integrity, transparency, and accountability across the organization. We commend the Secretariat for its proactive follow-up to recommendations from internal and external audits and from the Joint Inspection Unit, ensuring that the framework continues to evolve in line with best practices. Therefore, Brazil supports the approval of the updated risk management policy, including the new annex on strategic fraud risk management, as requested in the document. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil.
Thank you. Brazil. Liberia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Liberia would like to join other countries in expressing sympathies and support to the families of the victims and the people of Venezuela for the recent devastating earthquake. We also want to thank Malaysia for the coffee break this morning. Liberia supports the objective of strengthening the organization's framework for the prevention, detection, and management of fraud and corruption. We, however, appreciate a clarification regarding the governance arrangements reflected in the proposed policy. The document appears to focus primarily on risks affecting the delivery of the Secretariat business plan and the management of the Secretariat operations. In this regard, could the Secretariat clarify the intended distinction between the Council's oversight role and the Secretary General's accountability for the management of such risks? We raise this only to ensure that the respective governance and management responsibilities are clearly understood. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Liberia.
Thank you, Liberia. And we'll now take requests for the floor from observer member states, beginning with Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, this delegation would like to express our deepest condolence to the Venezuela delegation about the recent major earthquake and to their citizens who lost their loved ones and pray for the safe and speedy recovery. We also wish to thank Malaysia for the morning coffee break. This delegation wishes to express its appreciation to the Secretary General for the comprehensive report presented in document C137/4A concerning the updated risk management policy, which we fully support. We highly value the Secretariat's continuous effort to strengthen the organization's accountability framework. Thailand firmly believes that effective risk management is a cornerstone of good governance and must be treated as an organization-wide responsibility. In this regard, Thailand strongly commends the Secretariat for its proactive approach in developing the Strategic Fraud Risk Management Annex. This annex will significantly serve as a vital tool, providing practical guidance to IMO staff on preventing, detecting, and reporting fraud and corruption, while fostering a deeply rooted culture of integrity and transparency across the organization. Furthermore, Thailand wishes to reiterate its unwavering support for the zero tolerance policies toward fraud and corruption. Maintaining a robust defensive framework is essential not only to safeguard the organization's reputation and financial stability, but also to ensure the successful delivery of our strategic objective. We also welcome the alignment of this new framework with internationally recognized standards, including the COSO framework and United Nations system-based practice. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Tailandia.
Thank you, Thailand. I'll turn to the Secretary General for his response to certain issues that were raised by Member States. Secretary General, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, everyone, for the comments. And of course, I will continue to report to you annually on the implementation of the organization's risk management framework. As to the question from the delegation of Liberia, implementation of the framework is something which applies directly to me in terms of management of the personnel of the organization, and that is in line with the implementation of the rules which apply to staff. The work of Council is to agree to the framework we submit so that I can subsequently implement it and maintain the risk policy at a minimum within the organization. Thank you.
Gracias,
Thank you, Secretary General. So, having heard those remarks, I take it that Council notes the information provided in the document, as well as that given verbally by the Secretary General, and approves the updated risk management policy and the new annex on strategic fraud risk management. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And we'll now move on to the second item under 4A, and that is the 2025 annual report. And I'd like to again ask the Secretary General to introduce C1374A1. Thank you, sir. Pursuant to Article 23 of the IMO Convention, the Council submits to the Assembly at each regular session a report on the work performed by the organisation since its previous regular session. At its 134th session, the Council approved a proposal to replace the previous biennial reporting model with annual reports in order to enhance the efficiency, the relevance and the timeliness of the communication of information to Member States and other stakeholders. This reporting model is aligned with Strategic Direction 8 and reflects best practices across the United Nations system. The 2025 IMO annual report in English is accessible via the link provided in the document, and the Council is invited to consider and approve it. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the 2025 IMO annual report version in the other 5 official languages will be available by the end of August at the latest, and I apologize for that in advance. We They're currently working on how to enhance the process, or the production process, to ensure that the 2026 IMO annual report will be available in all 6 official languages when Council is invited to consider it at its session in mid-2027. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I now ask for comments on the 2025 IMO annual report.
De no haber
So no requests for the floor. I take it Council approves the 2025 IMO annual report. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And we now turn to the consideration of the third sub-item on racial equality and equity strategy of the IMO Secretariat. And I invite the Secretary General to introduce document C137/4A/2. Thank you, Chair. In keeping with the United Nations system-wide commitment to addressing racism and racial discrimination, the IMO Secretariat has intensified its efforts to promote racial equality and equity aimed at fostering a diverse, equitable, and inclusive working environment while ensuring a safe and supportive environment for all staff. In autumn 2020, the Secretariat launched its interdivisional working group on racial equality. This group was established as a platform to promote an approach to these very important measures through the active participation of officials from all IMO divisions. In 2020, the Secretariat developed its first racial equality and equity strategy and the plan of action for 2020-2030 with the objective of taking a critical approach addressing issues particularly with regard to historically underrepresented racial groups. In February 2025, the revised IMO Secretariat Racial Equality and Equity Strategy was approved, reinforcing alignment with evolving UN system-wide initiatives and strengthening delivery mechanisms. The revised strategy presents a structured approach to fostering a diverse, equitable and inclusive Secretariat while ensuring a safe and supportive environment for all staff. It sets out 3 core objectives. Firstly, cultivating an anti-racist organisational culture. Secondly, ensuring equitable and inclusive representation at all levels within the Secretariat and beyond geographical representation. And thirdly, supporting the establishment and streamlining of accountability and transparency throughout the work of the Secretariat. To operationalise these objectives, the strategy identifies 6 goals for immediate institutional change, supported by an action plan, addressing policies and practices, leadership commitment, training and awareness, inclusive recruitment, external engagement and accountability. The Secretariat has continued to organise staff events, training workshops, a mini-library of diversity, equity and inclusion resources, and book and digital resource clubs to raise awareness and build staff capacity on these issues. The Secretariat has also launched an independent review of racial equality within the Secretariat to provide recommendations for enhancing understanding of and addressing racial equality. The Council is invited to note this information and comment as appropriate. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary-General. And I now invite Council to formulate any comments they may have on the document presented.
Filipinas.
Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines thanks the Secretary General for document C-137-4A2. The successful delivery of this organization's mandate relies entirely on the motivation, well-being, and skill of its staff members. This vital update on the IMO Secretariat's racial equality and equity strategy for 2025-2030 strongly reinforces our shared commitment to a diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace. We welcome the organization's proactive shift toward cultivating racial equality and equity strategy. True equity requires moving beyond mere geographical representation to actively address the individual and structural biases that can hinder professional dignity and institutional effectiveness following the changes introduced by the United Nations. Fostering a culture of transparency and inclusion is essential for the IMO to remain a competitive and attractive employer within the UN Common System. We fully support the Secretariat's continuous efforts to ensure that every staff member, regardless of background, can contribute to their best to the mandate of the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. Nigeria thanks the Secretary General for the comprehensive update on the IMO Secretariat Racial Equality and Equity Strategy 2025-2030. Nigeria welcomes the strategy as a timely and necessary contribution to building a secretariat that reflects the values of the United Nations system: dignity, fairness, inclusion, equal opportunity, and respect for the diversity of all people. As a country shaped by deep cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity, Nigeria attaches great importance to institutions that go beyond formal equality to address structural barriers, unconscious biases, and underrepresentation. We therefore support the strategy's focus on anti-racism, inclusive recruitment, training, accountability, safe space for dialogue, and the creating of a working environment where every staff member can contribute fully, irrespective of race, color, descent, national and ethnic origin. Nigeria further welcomes the recognition that racial equality and equity must complement and not replace the long-standing principles of equitable geographical representation, particularly at all levels of the Secretariat. For member states from Africa and other historically underrepresented regions, inclusivity must be measurable, practical, and sustained through transparent recruitment, fair career progression, data-driven monitoring, leadership accountability, and regular reporting. Nigeria therefore encourages the Secretariat to ensure that the independent review produces actionable recommendations and that implementation of the strategy remains aligned with IMO's Strategic Direction 8, the Sustainable Development Goal, and the wider UN commitment to leave no one behind. Subject to these observations, Nigeria notes the document with appreciation and support continued efforts to make IMO a more inclusive and representative and equitable institution. Chair, I take this opportunity to proudly congratulate the ongoing deliberate and calculated efforts of the Secretary General in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria, Australia.
Thank you, Nigeria. Australia?
Thank you, Chair. Australia welcomes the update on the revised racial equality and equity strategy and commends the Secretariat for strengthening its alignment with broader UN efforts and for advancing a more structured and outcomes-focused approach. We particularly welcome the stronger emphasis on accountability and transparency. Experience tells us that embedding these measures across large and complex organisations is not always straightforward, and at times it can be challenging. However, they are essential if we are to achieve meaningful and lasting progress. We also welcome the enhanced focus on data collection and evidence-based decision-making, supported by independent external review, to help ensure efforts remain targeted and effective. Australia was pleased to note the paper's anti-racist and intersectional approach, which resonates with the Australian Government's own commitment to fostering inclusive workplaces where fairness, respect and equal opportunity are embedded and where systemic barriers can be addressed. Australia looks forward to continued progress in implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Australia, Italia.
Thank you, Australia. Italy?
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for document C137/4A2 and recognize the value of the attention the Secretary General to the equity and in general for ethics issue, where the action plan in Action 1 represents an engagement lasting for the future of the organization. We believe that the fundamental value of the IMO spirit, function and principle for its high standard degree of the reputation that is highly recommended within the United Nations and internationally. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Egypt.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس. في البداية
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to join those other delegations who've expressed their condolences and sympathies to the friend state of Venezuela following the devastating earthquakes. We would like to express our solidarity with Venezuela in these difficult moments. Our thanks to Malaysia as well for inviting us for coffee this morning. Chair, Egypt thanks the Secretary General for having prepared this document and providing the information contained therein on efforts to strengthen a workplace based on respect, non-discrimination and equity. We would echo the principle of the United Nations, which is that of equality between all and non-discrimination to guarantee a diverse workplace which strengthens diversity. We think the principle of geographical representation should be furthered within the organization, it being one of the most important principles in the IMO and the United Nations as a whole. Thank you.
Gracias, Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States has previously made its position clear on this issue, specifically that the IMO's strategies, hiring, speakerships, and other resources must be based on a merit-based approach, not on the immutable characteristics of individuals. The United States reiterates its view that all international organizations, including the IMO, must return to their core mandates and refrain from pursuing agendas that divert attention and resources from their fundamental responsibility, promoting safe, secure, and efficient shipping while safeguarding the welfare of seafarers. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. US, Mexico. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to begin this statement by thanking and congratulating the Secretary General for his presentation on the Racial Equality and Equity Strategy of the IMO for 2025-2030. We welcome a well-structured document with the 3 fundamental objectives and 3 specific objectives. One of the most important things that we note is that this strategy will be reviewed biennially. We think this is important, that if the review is going to be important, it's going to be necessary to have indicators that will tell us how on track we are in achieving our objectives. Mexico's committed to countering social, institutional, and systematic disadvantages. And therefore, we firmly believe in the work that the Secretariat is doing in order to develop and implement tools which educate and raise awareness amongst staff in order to achieve a sustainable and progressive change that will allow the Secretariat to move towards an inclusive, respectful institution where the human rights of all individuals working there or interacting with the IMO are duly respected. We welcome the efforts underway in this organisation based on this strategy, and we hope very much that they will contribute to building a fairer, more equitable society. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. We want to thank the Secretariat and the Secretary General for document C-137-4A2. And to be brief, we align ourselves with the comments made by the Philippines and other delegations before us. And we fully support this IMO Secretariat's racial equality and equity strategy and the related actions by the Secretariat. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil thanks the Secretary General for the update on the IMO Secretariat Racial Equality and Equity Strategy. This delegation underscores that IMO staff are vital to the organization's success, and we welcome the Secretariat's continued efforts to promote inclusivity, diversity, and equal access in line with Strategic Direction 8. We also welcome the establishment of the Working Group on Racial Equality and Equity, as well as the approval of the revised strategy, which aligns IMO with UN system-wide initiatives and supports key SDGs' meaningful progress. This delegation appreciates the different ongoing staff initiatives, such as workshops, activities of the mini-library, and so on, all of which foster dialogue and awareness across the Secretariat. Finally, we welcome the independent review now underway, which will provide valuable recommendations to support positive and lasting change. Therefore, Brazil reiterates its support for the Secretariat's efforts to build a diverse, equitable, and inclusive working environment. Thank you.
Gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. After having heard the comments made, I take it that the Council notes the information provided in this document, including that relating to the IMO Secretariat Racial Equality and Equity Strategy. So if there are no objections, it is so decided. And before we turn to consider agenda item 4B, I'd like to inform you that the document that I gave the floor to UAE to announce this morning and was announced this morning is available on IMO docs under C-137-16-4. We now turn to agenda item 4B relating to the Joint Inspection Unit, Internal Oversight and Ethics. And I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce the document 1374B on these matters. Thank you, Chair. The first section of the document introduces the report on internal oversight and ethics activities for 2025, which is presented in Annex 1. Following the established practice, the report will be published on the IMO website after this session of the Council. During 2025, the internal oversight and Ethics Office undertook a broad range of oversight activities, including the first financial audit of a maritime technology cooperation centre under the TEST biofouling project, and an audit of the Secretariat Security Risk Management System. Evaluation work included the terminal evaluation of the Globefouling Partnerships project and a strategic evaluation of IMO's technical cooperation function. Advisory and ethics services have remained active, and the IOEO continues to participate in the United Nations network activities in audit, evaluation, investigation, and ethics. The second section details the IOEO risk-based flexible work plan for 2026. The third section discusses the Joint Inspection Unit reports and recommendations received since the last session of the Council. 7 JIU reports were received by the Secretary-General in 2025, of which 4 are applicable to the IMO. Details of the reports and issued recommendations are available on the JIU website, the link to which is provided in paragraph 12. Among the 4 applicable reports, there were 34 recommendations, of which 25 were relevant to the IMO. Details of the recommendations issued to the IMO Council, as well as the Secretary-General's corresponding notes, are shown in Annex 2 for consideration by the Council. The fourth section provides a summary of the status of acceptance and implementation of the JIU recommendations issued over the last 10 years. I would highlight the continued improvement in implementation, with the overall implementation rate rising further since the last report to Council. The final section presents for the Council's information the JIU Programme of Work for 2026. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary-General. I now invite comments from Council on the document just introduced by the Secretary-General, and in particular on the actions requested of the Council listed in paragraph 17. The floor is open.
De no haber...
If there are no comments, I understand that firstly the Council notes the 2025 Internal Oversight and Ethics Annual Activity Report as presented in Annex 1, paragraphs 1 to 7. Secondly, Council notes the IOEO 2026 Annual Work Plan, as reflected in paragraph 8. And thirdly and finally, I take it that the Council agrees with the action plan of the Secretary-General as presented in the Secretary-General Notes column in Annex 2 with regard to the JIU recommendations addressed to the Council. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that concludes the fourth item on our agenda. And I would now invite you to turn to item 5, relating to resource management. The following elements come under this item: human resource matters, financial reports, and the report on member state contributions, which we will come to subsequently. With regard to human resources, I would now invite the Secretary-General to introduce documents C137/5A and C137/5A1 on human resource matters. Thank you. Document C137/5A reports on the implementation by the Secretariat of decisions taken at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, following the recommendations in the 2025 report of the International Civil Service Commission, the ICSC. These include a new base salary scale for staff in the professional and higher categories, effective 1st of January 2026 on a no gain, no loss basis. Update on the ongoing comprehensive review of the International Civil Service Compensation Package and the revised standards of conduct for the International Civil Service, which include enhanced provisions on preventing conflicts of interest, responsible use of resources, and strengthened financial discipline and oversight. In document C137/5A1, there's information on human resources matters and relevant data as of the 30th of April 2026. I'm pleased to report continued progress in promoting multilingualism across the Secretariat with the partnership with the UN Centre for Learning and Multilingualism, marking its first anniversary in January and continuing to attract strong and sustained interest from colleagues across all 6 official languages. The document also outlines key focus areas with a management and leadership development programme currently under development alongside a review of the performance management framework and new onboarding resources to support new starters, managers and colleagues. The ICSC at its 101st session approved the outcome of the local salary survey for the London duty station, resulting in a total salary adjustment of 22.2% for locally recruited general service staff. Conducted every 10 years, the survey ensures that salaries remain competitive with those offered by comparable employers in the local labour market and provide fair remuneration for equivalent work. In accordance with the ICSC methodology, implementation of the approved adjustment is phased with annual increases subject to a prescribed cap to mitigate the financial impact on organisations of the United Nations Common System. Accordingly, an initial increase of 10.2% took effect from May 2025, while the remaining adjustments were implemented from last May, taking into account future external salary movements and the corresponding salary adjustments. The document also provides data on gender and geographic representation across the organisation. As noted therein, overall gender distribution within the Secretariat remains at 45% female representation, and I am committed to enhancing this percentage, and in this context I encourage Member States to sustain efforts to facilitate women's access to professional careers in the maritime sector and to support the Secretariat in communicating vacancies at the national level. In terms of geographic representation, the Secretariat has gained 2 new nationalities during the reporting period. Those are Bangladesh and Tunisia, bringing the total number of nationalities represented to a higher figure. I'm also pleased to update that the outstanding recruitment process for the Regional Presence Office are now complete and all 7 officers are now in place. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And can I now ask Council for comments on these 2 documents which the Secretary General has just introduced? The floor is open.
Egipto.
Egypt.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس. وفد جمهورية مصر العربية بيشكر السكرتير.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for the document, and we would like to emphasise the importance of efforts to enhance the efficiency of the organisation, the Secretariat, by investing in human resources and supporting multilingualism, ensuring equal opportunities and fair geographical distribution throughout the organisation. We welcome the information with regard to nationalities represented in the Secretariat. It's important to continue to make the necessary efforts to enhance that base for geographical distribution to ensure we have a very representative Secretariat and that the organisation is truly an international one. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. Mexico, please. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for this information just given to us. With regard to the total increase approved by the ICSC, arising from the survey for local salaries, we appreciate that this is being done in a phased way in order to lessen the budgetary impact. And we are in favour of moderate increases, bearing in mind as a limit the UK inflation index as the host country in the organisation. We also note the gender distribution which has been reported and focus on the need to support women's participation in the maritime sector and the great work being done between the Secretariat member states and women's associations in this area and the International Association of Women in the Maritime Industry, WISTA International. And we're also pleased to note the data on the JPOs and SPOs and also those in these professional categories who've been contracted. We're pleased to note the contribution of these programs, which Mexican staff have benefited from, and this has strengthened human resources in and the human capital of the organisation. Thank you.
Delegación de Nigeria.
Thank you. The delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria thanks the Secretary General for document C137-5A1 for the comprehensive update on human resource matters. We welcome the continued investment in staff development through multilingual training, leadership development, performance management reforms, and enhanced on-board initiatives, all for which contributes to a skilled, motivated, and resilient Secretariat. Nigeria also notes the implementation of the local salary survey for general service staff in London and appreciates the application for the established ICST methodology to ensure fair and competitive remuneration. We commend the Secretariat's sustained effort to promote gender equality and wider geographical representation, recognizing a diverse workforce enhances institutional effectiveness, innovation, and legitimacy of the organization in serving its global membership. Nigeria, however, wishes to emphasize that broader geographical representation should remain a strategic priority, particularly at the professional and higher categories, where significant disparities among regions persist. While we welcome the increase of 48 nationalities represented within the Secretariat, the current regional distribution demonstrates that Africa remains underrepresented relative to its membership and growing contribution to the work of the organization. Nigeria therefore encourages the Secretariat to continue strengthening outreach to member states, including through wider dissemination of vacancies, collaboration with regional professional networks, and greater participation in the junior professional officers and senior professional officers programs. We equally encourage member states to invest in developing qualified maritime professionals, particularly women, to expand the global talent pool available to the organization. Subject to these observations, Nigeria takes notes of the information contained in the document and supports the Secretariat's continued effort to build a diverse, inclusive, and high-performing workforce. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also start with extending my condolences to Venezuela and thank Malaysia for the coffee. To the matter at hand and document C137/51A1, we thank the Secretary General for this document and for the information provided. And this delegation takes note of the information provided on the local salary survey for general service staff, and we will come back to this issue when we consider the budget for 2026 under agenda item 5B1. Gender equality and diversity is a top political priority in Norway's maritime policy. And we would like to take this opportunity to commend the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their efforts to promote gender equality internally as well as in the recruitment process, especially through the cooperation with VIMAS and VISTA, and facilitating for a wider dissemination of the vacancies is essential in promoting work opportunities in the IMO secretariats for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Noruega. Delegación de...
Thank you, Norway. The delegation of France. Thank you, Chair. France would like to join with others in extending condolences to the Venezuelan people for their losses after 2 earthquakes. We'd also like to thank those delegations who's offered us most welcome refreshments today. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for the document and for efforts to manage our human resources, and would encourage him to further enlarge or enhance gender representation as well as geographical distribution, which all member states should support in putting forward candidates to IMO. We're also very pleased with the success of the multilingualism policy, and the Secretary General himself is an example of this, and we'd like to encourage all those who can to avail themselves of it, because this will certainly serve to help us in our work and serve to further foster harmony among our organisation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much, France. After those comments, I take it that Council notes the information set out in C1375A and 5A1. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. We will now turn to item 5B on financial reports. And in this sub-item, we have to consider matters related to reporting on investments 2025 and budget considerations for 2026, financial reports, and strengthening management of voluntary contributions and implementing partnerships. And we're going to go through these one by one. So I'll turn to the Secretary General for the introduction to document C1375B, reporting on investments. Thank you, Chair. The document sets out the organisation's cash and investment position over the course of 2025 and the returns made on these investments. Investment returns have increased in 2025, mainly due to a greater proportion of funds being invested for slightly longer periods. This has offset the overall reduction in interest rates over the course of the year. The earnings made from investments during the 2024-2025 biennium have now been distributed through the revised contribution incentive scheme, returning over £920,000 to member states. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. Can I now ask for any comments on C1375B?
De no haber observaciones.
Seeing none, I take it then that Council can take note of the information provided in this document. So, if there are no objections, it is so decided. And we'll now move on to the second document under this sub-item B. And I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce document C1375B1 on budgetary considerations for 2026. Thank you, Chair. This document provides an update on the financial outlook for 2026. The two external factors that continue to present a budgetary risk to the organisation are inflation and the exchange rate. Inflation in the host country has remained higher than had been projected when the 2026-2027 budget was set, and is expected to remain elevated for the remainder of the year, rather than easing as had been anticipated. Inflation also affects staff costs indirectly through adjustments made by the International Civil Service Commission, including the outcome of the local salaries survey, as we covered under the previous sub-item. With respect to the exchange rate, the United Nations operational rate of exchange has remained broadly in line with the budgetary rate. Paragraphs 9 to 14 of the document present the overview of the regular budget, including the breakdown by strategic direction. The overall forecast indicates that expenditure will be maintained within the budget available for 2026. As is normal practice, I seek your approval to make budgetary transfers between strategic directions in accordance with the financial regulations as a contingency, although at present I do not anticipate any such transfers to be required. As presented in paragraphs 15 and 16, I'm pleased to report that the proceeds from the organisation's commercial activities under the Trading Fund for 2025 exceeded the surplus which had been budgeted, making additional funds available for our technical cooperation work. With respect to the Headquarters Capital Fund, as set out in paragraphs 17 to 21, capital expenditure is projected to be managed within the appropriations for 2026. With respect to the Termination Benefit Fund, as set out in paragraphs 22 and 23, it's currently expected that expenditure will remain within budget. I will monitor this closely during the remainder of the year, and should any transfers become necessary, I will update the next session of Council. Our work to reform and enhance capacity building and technical cooperation will be considered further under Agenda Item 13. Paragraphs 24 to 30 report on the scale of our delivery from a financial perspective. And I'm particularly grateful to the contribution of our donor community in supporting this essential work. Finally, I'm happy to report to the Council that the organisation remains in a positive overall financial position and that actions in recent years have put mechanisms in place to provide financial resilience. I'm grateful for the Council's support and that of our membership in ensuring that the organisation has the resources necessary to deliver its important work. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to ask for comments on the document and the document which has just been introduced.
Delegación de Italia.
Delegation of Italy, please.
We thank the Secretary. Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for the information report in document C-137-5B1 and for keeping the budget balance for the current year. Nevertheless, we acknowledge in the document C-137-5A1 with a renewed sense of concern how external factors will affect the budget for the biennium 2026-2027. Inflation parameters between UK and US are an effective burden to be addressed, with particular regard to the staff cost. At the same time, preventive measures taken at time off for energy saving on the three macro expenditures area protected us from the burden of the current sudden increase of energy costs. We fully trust the abilities of the Secretary General to the governance of the organization budget for the years to come, and we are open to a possible development of a budget plan that could consider contingency over expenditure addressed on the 6-year strategic plan of the organization piece. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Italia.
Thank you. Italy. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. As we are taking the floor for the first time, Singapore expresses our heartfelt condolences to the people of Venezuela affected by the devastating earthquakes. Singapore expresses our appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the detailed report in C-137-5B1. The comprehensive analysis is important to ensuring the organization's financial stability and resilience. We are pleased that the overall expenditure for 2026 can be contained within the approved budget. Singapore is also encouraged to see that the IMO continues to demonstrate prudent and forward-looking budget management, ensuring that resources are directed towards core priorities. While coping with external factors such as inflationary pressures, the organization needs to identify emerging risks early and remain responsive and adaptable to global developments. We encourage the Secretariat to pursue further efficiencies where possible to ensure the organization's financial sustainability and to report to the Council accordingly. Thank you.
Gracias, Singapur. Alemania.
Thank you, Singapore. Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair. As it is the first time we are taking the floor, first we would like to express our deepest condolences to Venezuela and the victims of the earthquakes. We also want to thank Malaysia for the refreshments earlier today. Germany thanks the Secretary General for the overview of the budget prospects and considerations for 2026. This delegation expresses its thanks to the Secretary General for his budget management, welcomes the close monitoring of expenditure, as well as the financial resilience measures to mitigate financial risk. Nevertheless, the uncertainty of the development of the inflation rate, but also of the development of the exchange rate, remains a challenge for the organization. With reference to paragraphs 4 and 5, it has been observed that the inflation has remained higher than had been projected, also indirectly affecting staff costs through adjustments made by the International Civil Service Commission to UN Common System salary scales. Therefore, close monitoring and careful management to limit the effects of external factors becomes even more important. Germany is of the view that for the current biennium, a possible supplementary member state assessment should be avoided. We therefore support the described careful management measures as well as resilience and financial mitigation measures in place. Also, for the 2028-2029 biennium, it is our view that primarily reallocations within the regular budget, reserves, as well as measures to increase efficiency and reduce costs should be assessed. In our view, impacts on the budget and a possible increase of membership assessment should be avoided as far as possible. Therefore, we consider it necessary to carefully assess how the increasing staff costs and IMO's outputs could be financed within the regular budget. This delegation would be thankful if this aspect could be taken into account during the discussions of other agenda items as well. In summary, this delegation notes and welcomes that the organization remains in a positive financial position overall and that expenditure can be maintained within the appropriation across all funds. Furthermore, Germany notes that the Council continues to be regularly informed about the development of budgetary risk related to the efforts of external factors on all funds and supports that measures are taken at an early stage to minimize impacts on the IMO work program and the regular budget. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. Delegation of Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Japan thanks the Secretary General for providing the 2026 budget prospects. We appreciate that the IMO is delivering its financial performance within its approved budget despite continuous inflation and external factors. Given that the international maritime community is facing various challenges, the expectation to the IMO and its secretariat is growing. At the same time, the Council must ensure financial sustainability of this organization. Therefore, Japan appreciates the effort made by the Secretariat to minimize the cost increase and kindly requests the Secretariat to continue to do so. It is also important to note that the member states should be duly aware of cost implications when proposing additional works in this organization, in addition to expected benefit of the proposal. Therefore, while Japan calls for continuous efforts, both by the member states and the Secretariat, to improve the efficiency of this organization. In conclusion, Japan supports approving the report provided at this session. Thank you.
Gracias, Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Mexico, please. Chair, we take note of the update on the financial situation and the budget situation as presented just now by the Secretary-General, and we are pleased to note the positive financial situation of the organisation, and that is really praiseworthy given the very complex situation in which we find ourselves throughout the United Nations system. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for efforts taken to maintain costs or to keep costs within the allocations in all operational funds, although some may have been affected by inflation and factors and the exchange rate in terms of delivery over 26-27, particularly those costs related to staff, which account for a substantial part of the budget. And we call on the Secretary-General that within approved resources, you will continue to stick to this line and that there not be any increase to the budget. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you. Mexico. Malaysia, please.
Thank you, Chair. On the budget for 2026 as contained in document C1375B1, Malaysia notes that the Secretary-General's conclusion that overall expenditure can be contained within the approved budgets. However, we express concern over the significant cost pressures arising from higher than expected inflation and the unbudgeted impact of the local salary survey increase. Malaysia trusts that the Secretariat will continue to implement prudent financial management measures and keep the Council updated on the budgetary situation. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair. We express our appreciation to the Secretary-General for the information provided, and we note with appreciation that despite the budgetary challenges with inflation rate higher than expected, the budget for 2026 is so far estimated to remain within the approved appropriations. With regard to the information provided on the evaluation of the local survey in Doc 5A1, we understand this to be an increase for locally recruited staff and not for staff in professional and higher categories, which has been provided with a 1.6% increase as described in document 5A. We note with great appreciation the forecast provided by the Secretary-General, especially regarding the expenditure at this stage, as that the expenditure at this stage is estimated to be kept within the adopted budget. And as a final comment, Chair, this organisation still finds itself in a challenging financial situation, and given the current as well as the anticipated future strain on this organisation's budget, it is in our view imperative that the Council, this organisation's committees, and we as Member States carefully consider our prioritisation of tasks and new demands of the Secretariat. And due consideration must also be given to ensure that any delays in recruitment does not cause undue burdens on existing staff. Thank you.
Gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Norway. Having heard those comments, I take it that Council notes the information provided in the document and in particular the SG's conclusion that as a whole, expenditure for 2026 can be contained within the budgets approved for all funds, and his intention to present an updated review of budgetary prospects to the next session of the Council. I further take it that Council approves in principle that the Secretary-General may make transfers between strategic directions in a manner consistent with the financial regulations and will report to future sessions of the Council should this be necessary. If there are no objections, it is so decided. I think the delegation of Philippines is asking for the floor to give us a bit of news about the tea break. It's almost that time. It's 4 o'clock. The Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippine delegation would like to invite everyone to coffee, which will feature a brief handover ceremony of a gift from the Philippines to the Secretary General and the IMO. So we'll see you upstairs. Thank you.
Gracias, Filipinas. Nos vemos a las 4.
Thank you. We'll meet here again at 4:30.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to all of the delegations. Welcome back. Thank you to the Philippines for the coffee and for the ceremony, for inaugurating the discovery of the model. And now we'll begin with our third document relating to the report of the external auditor. And I'd like to invite the Director of International Organizations Audit of the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Kusuma Ayu Rusnasanti, to present the report of the external auditor on the organization's financial statements for 2025, which are contained in document C1375B2. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellency, Chair of the AIMO Council, Mr. Victor Jimenez Fernandez, distinguished council members, Secretary General of AIMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May peace be upon us all. It is an honor for me as the Director of International Organization Audit, the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, or BPK, to present the result of the financial and performance audits of AIMO for the year of 2025. On this important occasion, I greatly value our partnership with the esteemed organization to foster governance, accountability, and transparency in the maritime sector, paving the way for a brighter future. Before I proceed, I also convey the warm regards of the Chair of the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Ismayatun. Mr. Chair, Council members, ladies and gentlemen, based on the audit we have conducted, the 2025 AIMO financial statements were presented fairly in all material respects, in accordance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, or IPSAS, and the organization's financial regulation and financial rules. BPK identified 4 strategic areas for further improvement, even though they do not affect the fairness of the audited financial statements. First, BPK appreciates the organization's commitment in establishing comprehensive accounting policies that governs its financial accounting and reporting practices. This will ensure consistency across the organization. Second, the organization has demonstrated a commendable commitment to strengthening its procurement management. Continued enhancement of procurement practices will further enhance the principle of fairness, transparency, and efficiency while reinforcing and improving existing processes. Third, the AIMO needs to enhance workforce planning practices by expediting finalization and deployment of the Human Resource Service dashboard. This will accelerate the transition to proactive, analytics-based workforce planning. Fourth, the AIMO needs to strengthen its risk management framework in order to enhance project-level risk management practices and improve the verification of implementing partners' expenditures across technical cooperation projects. Mr. Chair, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, in the realm of performance audit, our focus was cash management, which is essential for safeguarding liquidity, fulfilling operational obligations, managing reserves prudently, and deploying cash resources in alignment with the mandate and strategic priority of the IMO. We wish to commend the organization's efforts in effectively establishing key elements of cash management in supporting its financial needs and strategic priorities. At the same time, we have offered several constructive recommendations for the organization's consideration. These include the strengthening of policy alignment and framework, risk assessment, liquidity and investment management, and governance, monitoring, and evaluation. We are confident by implementing these recommendations, the organization can improve the effectiveness, consistency, transparency, and strategic orientation of the organization's cash management framework. Mr. Chair, Council members, ladies and gentlemen, BPK also commends organization for its remarkable achievement in making significant progress in addressing prior audit recommendations, achieving a 78% completion rate since 2019. This reflects the steadfast commitment of the IMO to strengthening the integrity of its governance and financial management. Mr. Chair, Council members, and ladies and gentlemen, BPK is fully committed to continually refining our audit approach to align with the evolving priorities and needs of the IMO. We sincerely appreciate the invaluable feedback and insight which will significantly assist us in enhancing the impact of our efforts. In closing, allow me to express our sincere gratitude to the Council for this opportunity to engage meaningfully and reaffirm our commitment to nurturing a collaborative partnership in support of the IMO objectives. Together, we can advance the principle of accountability, transparency, and good governance in support of the organization's mandate and its vital role in the global maritime community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Deseo dar las gracias.
I'd like to thank Mrs. Rusnasanti for the introduction of the report, and I now invite the Secretary General to make additional comments. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to note the External Auditor's unqualified opinion and report on the 2025 financial statements. I thank the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia for their comprehensive work and their invaluable advice. This constructive approach has ensured that there are no significant differences in views between us, and all findings have been agreed between the external auditor and management. I wish to appreciate the insightful findings and recommendations on both the financial and performance audit. I'm pleased to inform the Council that the Secretariat has already begun implementing a number of these recommendations. Some of the corresponding initiatives will be presented for consideration during this session, and we will keep Council updated on our progress in this regard. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge my Secretariat colleagues for their professionalism and constructive approach during the financial and performance audit. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General. Invito.
Thank you, Secretary General. The Council is now invited to comment on the statements made by the Secretary General or the board member of the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia on the document before you. The floor is open.
Delegación de Indonesia.
Delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Philippines for kindly hosting the coffee break. Indonesia wishes to express its appreciation to the Secretariat for the Financial Report and to the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia as external auditor for the clear, professional, and independent audit of their organization's financial statements for the period ended 31 December 2025. Indonesia takes note with appreciation of the unqualified opinion as well as the external auditor's assessment that the organization remains financially sound and retains sufficient capacity to meet its current obligations. We also welcome the positive financial performance in 2025, including the increase in total revenue, the maintenance of healthy reserves, and the continued high collection rate of assessed contribution, which remains essential to IMO's financial stability. Indonesia further notes the valuable recommendation in the external auditor's long-form report, particularly on strengthening financial governance through a comprehensive and integrated cash management framework, better alignment between the organization's work, risk appetite, and its treasury practices, improved liquidity and investment planning, and enhanced governance and independent oversight of the Treasury Committee. In this regard, Indonesia encouraged the Secretariat to implement the accepted recommendation in a timely and measurable manner, with clear timelines and periodic reporting to the Council. We also note the recommendation to expedite the development of the human resources dashboards to support more proactive and evidence-based workforce, including on gender balance, geographical representation, succession planning, and budget forecasting. On this basis, Indonesia supports the Council taking note of the financial report and audited financial statements and forwarding them to the 35th session of the Assembly, together with the External Auditor's Report. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. There are no further requests for the floor. I take it that Council welcomes the information set out in document C137/5B/2 and notes the information contained in Annexes 1 and 2, namely the financial report and audited financial statements for the year ended 31st of December 2025, with the external auditor's opinion and the long-form report. Secondly, I take it that Council welcomes the unqualified opinion of the external auditor. Thirdly, that it expresses its appreciation to the external auditor for their report. Fourth, that it welcomes the Secretary General's stewardship of the organization's funds and his report to the Council. And fifth, and finally, that it decides to forward the organization's audited financial statements for the financial year ended 2025 and the report and opinion thereon of the external auditor to the 35th regular session of the Assembly. If there are no objections, it is so decided. We now turn to the fourth document under this sub-item, under item 5, and I invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C137/5B/3 on strengthening the management of voluntary contributions and implementing partnerships. Thank you, Chair. Working effectively with both donors and implementing partners is essential to ensuring that IMO's technical cooperation work can meet the needs and expectations of its member states. The document provides an overview of the measures introduced to strengthen the management of voluntary contributions and implementing partnerships in support of the organisation's technical cooperation work. Taking into account the findings of the external auditor in the 2024 performance audit and best practice from across the UN system, I initiated a review of the organisation's internal governance, risk management and operational framework for the delivery of technical cooperation and capacity building. The document sets out the most significant reforms introduced as a result of this work, including the establishment of a project appraisal group to provide independent, risk-based review of new project and programme proposals, the development of standardised donor agreement templates, and the approval of a new policy and procedures for implementing partners, which took effect across the organisation on the 1st of June 2026. Work in this area will continue, including the finalisation of a standard donor agreement template, an update of the policy and procedural framework for donor agreements, and a review of the new policy and procedures for implementing partners after its first year of operation. Thank you. I now invite comments on document C137/5B/3 and the Secretary-General's introduction thereto.
De no haber observaciones.
In the absence of any comments, I take it that Council takes note of the information provided in the document. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. We now turn to consider the next document on the agenda under Part C. I invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C1375C and its addendum, reporting on the status of Member States' contributions to the General Fund and the Working Capital Fund, as well as on Member States falling under the provision of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. Secretary-General, you have the floor. Thank you. Document C137/5C and its addendum report on the status of Member States' contributions as at the 30th of April 2026 and the 31st of May 2026. They also report on Member States falling under the provision of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. As the Council will note, the collection rate of 58.22% as at the 31st of May 2026 is higher than the collection rate of 2024, but lower than that of 2025 as at the same period. The details of assessments with respect to individual Member States are shown in Annex 1 of document C137/5C/Add 1, with a separate report on the status of Council members' contributions in Annex 2. The Council may also wish to note that since the issuance of the document, funds were received from 17 member states towards the full or partial settlement of their 2026 assessments, bringing the collection rate today to 61.54%. Annex 3 of document C1375C/Add 1 provides a status report of the member states falling under the provision of Article 61 as at the 31st of May 2026. I'm pleased to report to Council that since the issuance of the document, the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Senegal have cleared their arrears in full up until 2025 and thus no longer fall under the provision of Article 61. No further payments were received from the remaining 12 member states listed in Annex 3. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those members who have paid their contributions in full in accordance with the organisation's financial regulations and financial rules, thus setting a commendable standard for all other member states to follow. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now invite comments on document C137/5C and its addendum and the information provided by the Secretary General.
Delegación de Marruecos.
Morocco, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Our delegation takes note of the report. We thank the Secretariat and take note of the Secretary General's report on the state of contributions and would like to clarify the situation for the information of Council. With regard to Morocco's contributions under 2026, we initiated the payment at the beginning of April 2026. That first operation did not succeed for technical reasons, notwithstanding our intention to send that payment, and a second payment operation was effected on the 24th of June 2026 with success. So the situation of Morocco is now fully in order. The document submitted to Council was finalised before the recording of this payment. We'd like particularly to thank the Secretariat, particularly the Administrative Division, for its valuable support and availability throughout this procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Morocco, and thank you for providing updated information on the payment of contributions for 2026. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for document C137/5C and Add 1, providing a report on the status of member states' contributions. As a developing country, South Africa fully appreciates that member states may face difficulties and difficult fiscal, administrative, and other national constraints. We therefore acknowledge and thank those member states that continue to engage constructively with the Secretariat to overcome challenges that may be affecting their ability to meet their obligations. At the same time, the financial stability of the organization depends on the timely and full payment of assessed contributions by all member states. These contributions are the foundation upon which IMO delivers its mandate, including technical cooperation, capacity building, and support to developing countries, LDCs and seeds. South Africa therefore urges all member states that have not yet done so to meet in full their financial obligations to the organization as early as possible. We also welcome the fact that several member states have regularized their positions and no longer fall under Article 61. South Africa reiterates its firm support for the enforcement of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. Plurinational State of Bolivia. Thank you, Chair. In March of this year, after a period of 2 years, Bolivia, just for your information, Chair, Secretary General, Management, made its contributions due to it as a country. It was the time facing a lack of currency, making it difficult to make payments to the organization. So we welcome the understanding. We didn't have the foreign currency necessary to make the payment other than in local currency. So I'd wish full success to the leadership of the organization, Chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al Estado de...
Thank you, Bolivia, and thank you for your efforts to make the payment of your contributions possible. And if there are no further requests for the floor, may I consider that Council takes note of the information in document C137/5/C and its addendum, and that secondly urges all member states that have not yet done so to meet in full their financial obligations to the organization as early as possible. And third, reiterates its firm stance on the strict enforcement of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And that concludes consideration of agenda item 5. And before continuing with our agenda,
Les decía que antes de
Well, as I was saying, before we move on with the agenda for the meeting, I'd like to turn to the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran for information on the submission of a document which contains comments or response to that presented by the UAE under item 16 of the agenda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. At the outset, we extend our heartfelt condolences to all those affected by recent earthquake in Venezuela. Our thoughts are with their family during this difficult time. Also, thanks to the Malaysia and Philippines for the refreshment today. Chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran has prepared a document in response to the serious and one-sided allegations contained in document C137/16/4 and will submit it later on today. We therefore kindly request that the Iran's response document be considered under the same agenda item, agenda item 16. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República.
Thank you. Islamic Republic of Iran. I would like to inform Council that this further proposal under Item 16 would be published by the Secretariat on IMO docs as C1316/5. As per Article 36 of the Rules of Procedure, this will be taken alongside the document submitted by the United Arab Emirates. And with that, I suggest that we continue to move through our agenda, turning to the Tuesday agenda, item 15 of the agenda, on external relations, and more specifically 15A on relations with the United Nations and specialized agencies. We do have a document on this, and I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce C13715A. Thank you, Chair. This document reports on resolutions of relevance to the IMO adopted by various bodies of the United Nations. The Secretariat continues to stay abreast of developments relating to ocean-related intergovernmental processes, which are reported to the Council under this agenda item, and as appropriate to the relevant committees and subcommittees. In particular, the Council may wish to note the information provided in relation to the agreement under UNCLOS on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, for which the first conference of parties has been tentatively scheduled for the 11th to 22nd of January next year. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And can I now invite comments on this document?
Alemania.
Germany.
Thank you, Chair. Germany thanks the Secretary General for the report, updates and progress with ocean-related intergovernmental processes. Regarding the BBNJ agreement outlined in paragraphs 14 to 18, this delegation fully welcomes its entry into force. Germany thanks the Secretariat for its engagement and support of the BBNJ process until today. In continuation, we would like to invite the Secretariat to further engage and bring the interests and needs of maritime shipping and navigation into the BBNJ work. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary General again for introducing document C137/15A and welcomes the continued reporting on developments within the UN system that are relevant to the IMO's mandate. South Africa attaches particular importance to the strong and coherent relationship between IMO and the broader UN system, especially on oceans governance, maritime safety and security, the protection of the maritime environment, climate change, sustainable transport, capacity building, and the welfare of seafarers. We welcome the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement on 17 January 2026 and encourage the IMO Secretariat to continue engaging actively in the preparations for the first conference of the parties. It will be important to ensure that implementation of the agreement is coherent with IMO instruments, does not duplicate or undermine the established mandate of this organization. South Africa also notes the ongoing negotiations on a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. Given IMO's important work on ship source pollution, marine litter, port reception facilities, and fishing gear, we support the Secretariat's continued engagement in that process. We further welcome IMO's continued participation in the UN Decade of Ocean Science and its relevance to evidence-based policymaking, particularly for developing countries and African coastal states. Finally, Chair, South Africa notes the concern with the continued relevance of Security Council resolutions on the Red Sea and related maritime security developments. Safe and secure shipping lanes remain essential for global trade, food security, and economic stability. South Africa supports noting this document. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa. The delegation of Mexico. Thank you, sir. We would join with others in congratulating the Secretariat or thanking them for C-137-15, which allows us to see the links between the work of the organization and that of the United Nations system in the broader sense. And this document enables us to understand the links between this organization and others on matters of critical importance such as maritime safety, protection of the marine environment, including plastic pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, safety of seafarers and fishers, autonomous ships, the fight against terrorism, and many other matters. And of course, it should be so because shipping is closely linked to all these matters. We'd also, for our part, like to emphasize the importance of the entry into force of the historically important BBNJ in January 2026, and we're pleased to note the Secretary General's report laying the basis for the first Conference of Parties. We would join with what Germany and South Africa have requested, that the Secretariat, namely, should continue to observe the development of work to implement the BBNJ, to see where there's scope for cooperation without losing sight of the fact of the links to the parties. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a México. Le ofrezco la palabra a la...
Thank you. Mexico, the African Union.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Your Excellency, delegates, it's a pleasure for the first time to address a council after 9 years, and I would like to associate myself with what South Africa has said. Of course, the BBNJ agreement is a historic milestone in terms of ocean governance, and it shows our collective commitment to maintain and protect marine environment and marine resources and ensure a fair sharing of our common resources beyond national jurisdiction boundaries. As you know, sir, for our continent, the ocean is more than just a natural resource. It's an essential source of food safety and security, of subsistence, economic growth, cultural heritage, and also resistance to climate change. Many millions of Africans depend directly or indirectly on the good health of our marine ecosystems, and the implementation of the BBNJ is therefore extremely important if we are to achieve the SDGs and Agenda 2030, of the United Nations as well, namely SDG 14 on aquatic life. The AU, sir, is delighted with the provisions of the agreement which relate to the sustainable use of marine biodiversity, in particular by the establishment of zone-based tools, including impact assessments, capacity building, and transport, as well as fair shares of genetic resources. These are key pillars if we're to protect marine life and prioritize developing countries. But to effectively implement it, African countries still face many constraints, particularly a lack of financial resources, a lack of scientific and technical know-how, and limited resources when it comes to research. And therefore, it's essential for capacity building and marine transfer of technology, as well as sustainable development, should take shape in the form of material action to assist our countries. And we call for greater international cooperation and partnerships in order to ensure that all member states can fully play a full part in sustainable development of biodiversity. We'd encourage cooperation between regional bodies, international organizations, and all stakeholders. Africa and our African Union is fully committed to working together with all partners so that tangible results emerge for future and present generations from this. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la Unión Africana.
Thank you very much to the AU. And after those remarks, I take it that Council notes the information presented in document C13715A and requests the Secretary-General to continue to inform Council about the Secretariat's participation in ocean-related intergovernmental processes. If there are no objections, it is so decided. I will now move on to 15B of our agenda and relations with intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. C137WP2 contains the report and recommendations of the Intersessional Working Group on NGOs, which held its fifth session from the 15th to the 19th of June 2026. The group examined the 12 new applications for consultative status, which were included in document C13715B, as well as the proposals to review the rules and guidelines for consultative status of non-governmental international organizations with the International Maritime Organization, contained in documents 13715B1 and C13715B2, submitted by the United Arab Emirates and Australia et al., respectively. Additionally, as agreed earlier this week, we will also consider under this agenda item the proposal submitted by the United Arab Emirates in document C13715 3/1 to amend the organisation and method of work of the Council. I now invite Mr. Vusi September of South Africa, Chair of the group, to introduce the group's report.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank all the applicants for their time and effort in preparing the dossiers and presentations, as well as the delegations who submitted proposals to amend the rules and guidelines for consultative status of non-governmental international organizations with the International Maritime Organization and the organization and method of work of the Council. I would also like to thank the delegations who participated for their important work in analyzing the new applications and the proposals received. Additionally, Chair, I wish to convey on behalf of the group my sincere thanks to members of the Secretariat for their usual guidance and support to the group and the Chair. In the interest of time, Chair, I will not introduce each paragraph, but only inform the Council of the recommendations of the group. The group recommended not to grant consultative status to the International Sustainable Conformity Assessment Initiative, the Global Ethanol Association, the Foundation for the Green Hydrogen Organization, the International Association of Search and Rescue Coordinators, the World Resources Institute, the Global Center for Green Fuels, the U.S. Grains and Bioproducts Council, and the Ammonia Energy Association. The group recommended to grant the International Electric Marine Association, the Fond and Max McKinney-Muller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping, and CLNG consultative status, and under the classification of organizations in consultative status, to place IEMA under standards and MMCZCS and CLNG under cargo and ports. Finally, the group recommended that the Ocean Foundation, TOF, be granted consultative status on a provisional basis for no more than 2 years, after which a review should be conducted and that it be placed under the classification of environment. Now moving on to amendments to relevant provisions. As you mentioned earlier, Chair, the group considered a proposal submitted in document C137/3/1 to amend the organization and method of work of the Council, and which related to the Intersessional Working Group, NGO. In this regard, as reflected in paragraphs 32 and 33 of our report, the group recommended the Council to approve the proposed amendment to paragraph 3.9 of the organization and method of work of Council, as well as the addition of a new paragraph 3.10. Further, as reflected in paragraph 34, the group recommended the necessary deletion of the related footnote 2 to paragraph 3.9. The group also recommended the Council to approve annexing to the organization and method of work of the Council the terms of reference of the group, as approved by the Council at its 130th session. This is reflected in paragraph 35 of the report of the group. And finally, Chair, the group also considered the proposal submitted in document C137/15B/1 and C137/15B2 to review the rules and guidelines. In this regard, the proposed revised text of the rules and guidelines, as agreed by the group, may be found in the annex to the report. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. September. We now need to decide on the recommendations of the group, and we will start by considering those relating to the new applications for consultative status. As you know, the group was open to all delegations, and the opportunity was provided to consider the applications in detail within the group. I note that the group was able to provide the Council with a recommendation on all the organisations, and I therefore propose that the Council agrees with them. I therefore take it that the Council approves the report of the group in general, and with regard to the specific actions requested of the Council in paragraphs 39.1 to 39.3 of the report, Council decides: 1. Not to grant consultative status. 2. The International Sustainable Conformity Assessment Initiative, the Global Ethanol Association, the Foundation for the Green Hydrogen Organization, the International Association of Search and Rescue Coordinators, the World Resources Institute, the Global Center for Green Fuels, the US Grains and Bioproducts Council, and the Ammonia Energy Association. Well, I think it was almost easier to read it in English, as we had the full name rather than the acronym.
En segundo,
Secondly, to grant consultative status to
Electric Marine Association, al Fondermerks McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping y a CLNG. Y con respecto
and under the classification of organizations in consultative status, to place AIMA under standards and MMMCZCS and CLNG under cargo and ports. And then thirdly, to grant the Ocean Foundation, TOF, consultative status on a provisional basis for no more than 2 years, after which a review should be conducted. And regarding the classification of these organizations by interests or activity, to place it under environment? If there's no objection. I see Cook Islands is requesting the floor. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Sí, le podemos escuchar.
Yes, we can hear you.
And greetings to all council members and observers like ourselves. If I may, firstly, congratulations to the United States on their 250th. And may I say, in the years I've been here, we've been ever so grateful for the significant contribution they make to this organization. Less happy note, we want to give our heartfelt condolences to our friends and colleagues from Venezuela on this dreadful force of nature that's hit them. We take some comfort from the reaction of the international community, and we thank all those that are giving the assistance to Venezuela in this dreadful time. If I may, sir, NGOs play a crucial role in the work of this organization. They are the technical resource that we give a lot of reliance to, and without them, I don't think we could have contributed to the work over the years. However, there can be no doubt that the proliferation of NGOs is having an impact, perhaps in some ways to the detriment of what we're trying to do here. We're all aware that on occasions at the plenary hall, it is packed well beyond the capacity it's designed for. We've even reached this state now where our colleagues from the NGOs are now permeating into the main body of the plenary auditorium. And of course, what this means is there's less and less room for the member states. One way we've sought to address this is through an overspill function. But this, while welcome because of the problem we now face, is not too much help to a small delegation like our own when we simply cannot fit down a couple of people. You know, so we think our representation is actually suffering, and our, dare I say, our contribution. So the proliferation of colleagues from the NGOs is such that we believe a much closer look needs giving. For many, many years, of course, the fundamental question to an applicant was, could the applicant have representation through one or more organizations already enjoying consultative status? And it's hard to believe there could be many now with the number of NGOs we have where that couldn't be satisfied, i.e. it's unlikely that at most occasions the result would be, well, of course they could have representation. Indeed, a number of them already have amongst these applicants. Now, just for an example, the Merce McKinney-Muller Centre for Zero Emissions. We all know the organisation. I think I could say that we all have the highest regard and respect, not just for the organisation, but for the company that has funded this foundation. But at the same time, there can be no doubt. There can be no doubt that as a whole, Merce does and could have representation through a raft of NGOs in consultative status. BIMCO, World Shipping Council, Intertanko, Inmarast, where the the Mass McKinney Centre for Zero Emissions has a technical collaboration. So there's representation there. And not the least, if I may, sir, the Environmental Defence Fund. Now, since 2021, the Environmental Defence Fund is in a partnership agreement with the Mass Centre as an official partner, where they've committed, and thanks to them, to a long-term strategic collaboration. Now, the same organisation, EDF, in December 22 was granted consultative status. So I'm just suggesting that some consideration be given to does indeed our friends and colleagues for the Mass McKinney Centre for Zero Emissions not have that representation. And it seems to us that it's clear that it does. Certainly can, certainly could. Now, if we've read this wrong, and if our views have any substance whatsoever, and it is deemed by the Council that this organisation should actually, in its own right, despite the fact it can have representation through all those I've mentioned here, then it seems to us that notwithstanding the amendments that have just been done to the procedures, this would have to be formalised through a further amendment to the criteria for granting consultative status, since obviously the same criteria would have to apply to all applicants. Where we would fit everybody, that is something that has to be considered later. I thank you for the time, sir.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Cook Islands. Apologies to the interpreters for the delay to our finishing time. And we take note of the concerns expressed by the Cook Islands with regard to the proliferation of NGOs and the arising issues with regard to space in plenary. I would encourage all council members, all organisation members to actively participate in the deliberations of the group which regularly considers the new requests for consultative status. Now, having said that, I understand that we can decide and undertake the actions recommended by the group to council, which I've already covered, and that brings us to the end of today's sitting.
A fruitful day today. I think it's the first time since I'm chairing the council that we are ahead of the agenda. Yeah. No quiero decirlo muy fuerte porque mañana.
Now, I don't want to say that too loudly because there could be intense discussions ahead under various items on the agenda. So please enjoy your evening and best of luck to those who are supporting teams in the World Cup this evening. And I'm not saying any more than that.